We're on. Hello. Welcome to Tamiko. It is a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. And of course, it is the spring showcase here for the stable. And I'm joined by the man in charge, Mr. Anthony McDonald. How are things so far, Anthony?
Oh, fantastic. You know, I've been watching the weather the last 3 weeks, and it was cloudy and a chance of rain, or a little bit of rain, but now the sun's out. It's fantastic. And, you know, there's lots of kids here playing, and we get pony rides for them, and all the adults are drinking all my coffee, and we had to go get some more. Anyway, we're going to have a packed house, and it's going to be a great day. We got the track graded yesterday. Jordan Stratton's on his way from the airport, and you know, I think it's important to touch on for all the people out there, you know, a guy like Jordan Stratton to take his Sunday off. He's got a wife and a kid too, right? Yeah. So for him to take his Sunday off and come all the way here to another country to train horses he'll probably never sit behind, you know, on a Sunday afternoon is something special. And it says a lot about the young kids in the harness racing right now that understand that it's one thing for us to say we really need game changers. We really need to think outside the box and do something to save and help this industry. But for a kid like that to fly across the country to come here is really special, and I really appreciate him doing it.
So what's the objective for the day? What do you hope the people joining us here today are going to take away from this afternoon, and for the people also watching us online?
Well, I mean, affordable ownership is the way forward for this industry. There's no two ways about it. I mean, I've been in this industry my entire life, 20 years as a trainer and driver. I've never done anything else, and I've watched a decline in a number of jurisdictions. You look at a place like Michigan, where in Quebec, everybody lost everything. You look at Michigan, Illinois. These are places where racing used to be powerhouses of racing there, and now there's nothing. And we really need to do something as a horse racing community, and I think the way forward is affordable ownership. It is fractional ownership. It is programs just like this. I mean, I've said it 100 times if I've said it once. You know, TheStable.ca can't save racing, but 100stable.ca is 100 fractional ownerships, 100 trainers that want to do what we're doing right here today. That's a way forward. Any business that ever got rebranded and ended up being a giant again, it all comes down to grassroots movements. And today in Campbellville, in Ontario, with the world watching, you know, we're really making some huge gains in racing. All these people up here, I would say the vast majority of the people that are here today don't own horses, but are looking to.
Right. And that's the great thing about your model, is that it allows people to get in, put their foot in the water, and it's a transparent operation. They can come and see their horses at any time, and it's a small investment but big gain in terms of the experience, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's all about connecting with the general public. What we built here is simply a vehicle for our industry to get to the general public. I mean, if you think back decades and decades, this industry kind of walled itself off. You know, and it was only when I was in politics that I realized that there are a lot of people in the general public that would love to be members of the horse racing community. They just can't. They don't have a way forward.
Right. So for the people who aren't familiar with the stable, how many current owners do you have, active owners in the stable?
As of this morning, we have 251 active owners in 6 countries all over the world, and those are people with various amounts of investment. And if you look around here today, a lot of them are here. We have people here today from Kentucky, Ohio, Chicago, Pennsylvania, Nova Scotia.
New York. Lady was just asking me about getting on the 407, going home.
Yeah, no, I know. It's really special. You know, we have a day like this, and you know, there was a lady here just came here, and she said, I've been involved with other fractional ownership groups. The one thing I'm wondering is, do we have access to the stable? Absolutely. That's the one thing that the stable makes very clear to all of our owners. You're always welcome. You'll always get a handshake. You'll always get a tour of the barn. There's always friendly faces and questions that are ready to be answered right here at the stable at all times. And being accountable to what we're trying to build is the biggest thing. I mean, if all we simply did at the stable was elevate our customer service level to what the expectations are in the real world, and you know, just look at the turnout. It's tremendous.
A couple other things going on today. We're giving away 2 1% shares of Zeppelin buy.
Yeah, and you know what? I really gotta thank our clients. Are the greatest clients. You know, people say, "Geez, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you put up with so many people." These are the greatest people. I mean, this gentleman gave away his 2 shares to help promote and market this day, and this is a nice colt. This isn't a also ran or anything. This colt trained like a monster the other day. He's eligible to Ohio and Kentucky. But you do have to be here to get your shares of Zeppelin B, and he's a really nice colt.
A little caveat there. Also, so there's 39 horses today, 7 sets. We're going to get underway at 11 o'clock. And thanks very much for joining us, Anthony.
No, thanks for coming. I really appreciate everybody coming, especially you and Ben Wallace, my father, my brother Lloyd, Curtis, everybody for coming out and making today just a fantastic day.
All right, so Anthony McDonald, he is at the head of the stable. As I said, 39 horses in 7 sets today. They start at 11. They finish somewhere around 2 o'clock-ish. We have lots of great stuff happening today. People can actually drive a racehorse right here today. And if unfortunately you can't make it today, which is very unfortunate because it's a beautiful day outside on this Mother's Day. If you can't make it, you can watch us online, of course. Go to our Facebook page. Lots to come here at the Spring Showcase for the stable. Stay tuned.
Well, it's great to be here. A big crowd at the Tamika Training Center. I'm here with Ben Wallace, Hall of Fame trainer. Everybody knows Ben in North America if you're in the horse racing business. A lot of friends in the Maritimes. Ben was down there a number of years ago at the Inverness dinner, been down to the Gold Cup and Saucer with Zuka and Apprentice Hanover. So without any further introduction, I'm Fred McDonald, Anthony's father, and this is Ben Wallace.
Thank you very much. I'm truly excited to be here. Actually, this is quite an afternoon to spend some time with you, reminiscing about old sports adventures and what have you. But Anthony called me about a month ago, and I've followed Anthony on this endeavor since he first started it. And although I was somewhat skeptical at the beginning, I thought there was some things he could tweak it here and there to make it a little better. But I have never ever doubted his enthusiasm and his passion, and certainly his work ethic. So I'm here going forward, and hopefully we have a good afternoon.
Well, I feel good about being here as well, because I'll tell you why. Anthony's wife, Amy McDonald, she was a McIntyre, she worked for Ben, and Jenna McDonnell, Paul's daughter, is married to my other son, James. So I want to thank Ben for getting them ready for our family.
Well, you know, the pair of girls were tremendous help for me, and I don't think either one of them said a word for the year or so they worked for me, but I understand now that they're married to McDonald's, and they can pick up the slack there pretty good.
Well, before we get started, I was talking to Ben about some of our acquaintances from back east, because I know a lot of people from the Maritimes are watching the show, and we're talking about a good friend of ours, Wally McGinnis, and Ben didn't know that Wally was back in Charlottetown, and he's probably watching today.
Well, I tell you, Wally was always a great help. I used to truck into Marcel Berrios' stable up in Blue Bonnets there years ago, and Wally would always have stalls ready for us and a big smile and want to know how we're going to do, and he was always a welcome face and certainly a great guy to have around.
You didn't know Wally was a good ball player when he was a little fella, did you?
No.
And Ben, he ended up down your way, down around Windsor, way back in the mid-'60s with a horse called Midnight Bull, a maritime champion that the Shays had, and that's related to David Shay.
There you go. I'm old, Fred, but I don't know if I'm that old. Anyway.
Well, I'm only 51, so I don't know where we're getting this information. Wally must have told us.
I'll take 51.
Anyway, it looks, and you're racing tonight. Got a big race for you tonight down in Flambridge.
Yeah.
You're doing double duty today.
Yes, a little politicking, a little helping the industry, and maybe try to get some money gathered up for Mr. Grant this afternoon, tonight actually.
At Brad Grant's?
Yes.
Well, he's been with you for a long period of time anyway.
Yes, he has. He's been a true supporter, and he helped me after our situation last January, the fire and everything. He was the first one back on board to help us out, and he was this horse that we picked up was one of the ones that we kind of resurrected, and he's had a great go last year. Hopefully he'll be a nice horse for us going forward.
It's funny when you sit back and look at it. Some of the guys back home, when I told them I was coming here and Ben was gonna be co-hosting with me, and the guys looked up Ben Wallace, and they said, Freddie, when you mention Ben Wallace, they always want to talk about the fire at Classy Lane, and I said, whoa. He's been world-class training long before the fire.
Yeah, the fire was just, I certainly don't want to be defined by the fire. We've had a good go after and before, and it's just time to move on and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how a catastrophe of that can lead to, it opens doors for bigger and better things.
It can, but again, we don't want to dwell on that too much.
No, absolutely not. Let's dwell on tonight and hope for a little bit of luck.
Exactly.
Now today, Ben, I see some of them in here, some of these horses right off the bat, Airway, and you had a sister to her.
Interesting, yes. The first horse we looked on the program here was a brother to a filly that I trained for Mr. Doug Millard, Angel Scent. Extremely fast. I think she took a record of 150. It was a nice mare, made a couple $100,000. She raced in the Jugette for him, and it was nice to see that she's on the page here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they look like. I imagine as we get through this program, there will be quite a few that you race or train. And so I don't know how you could be 51.
It could be, yes. I did a little blurb for Harold Howe the other day, and I was telling him how I trained the grandmother of this horse, and he asked me how old I was, and I said
51.
Not as old as that. Yeah, like I said, I'll take 51 all day long here.
And a lot of people didn't know, especially the guys down east who were talking about. Yeah, you played a lot of football and baseball in your youth.
I loved it. I spent my whole day was spent at the exhibition park in Guelph. My mother used to have to come and get me, and baseball and football were a big part of my life. And I translated that in. I played at University of Windsor. We had a great team out there. That team was inducted into the Hall of Fame in Windsor, and the baseball team, the '66 Guelph Seajoys I played on, was going into the Hall of Fame this year in Guelph. So yeah, it was fun. But as I sit here, I wish I would have spent more time maybe playing the piano, because I got nothing left now. My baseball and football days are over, but I'd love to be able to bang away on a piano or play the guitar.
Well, my nickname is Fiddler. My father played the fiddle, and my brothers played the piano. My sisters are all musical. I got absolutely zero ability in that area. Zero.
Well, so do I, but so we should get along fine.
I guess when's the first qualifier set to go? Or I don't see anybody. Anybody on the racetrack? No, not yet. Oh, I'm sure we can fill it in. Talking about Guelph. A couple of buddies of mine from back home, they played a lot of hockey, and Guelph Biltmore at one time, I think, were owned by the New York Rangers.
Absolutely, and I'm a diehard Ranger fan, next to the Leafs, but I really hold a heart, the Rangers close to my heart, because I was a diehard fan of the Guelph Biltmores as a kid growing up, and when we had the 6-team league back then, there was, Barrie was Niagara Falls, and Niagara Falls was Boston, and
that's right.
St. Catharines was,
and of course,
was Chicago,
St. Mike's and the Marlies.
St. Mike's and the Marlies were certainly Toronto. Guelph was the farm of the Rangers, and Hamilton was the Detroit Red Wings. So it was a great time back there for junior hockey. But like everything else, it's exploded, and certainly the hockey they play now is just as good. But I'll bet you there's a lot of guys that were playing senior beer league hockey at the time could have played in the NHL at the time as well.
Oh, it's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I mean, 30. Let's face it. There's 6 teams then. There's 30 now.
Exactly.
So not taking anything away from the players today, but
No.
it's wide open. A lot more players. But anyway, I remember when Guelph played, the guys back home, Freddie Burke and them more in the Maritimes, Alfie Flanagan, they played with. They come up and played briefly with Guelph. And when they had Rod Gilbert and John Rattel and that bunch back then.
Absolutely. Know them well.
And then there's some involved. I mean, a good friend of mine from back home, Billy McMillan, played with Toronto St. Mike's. Went on to have a great career with Father Barrett's national team, and he played with the Leafs. He was third in the rookie vote with 22 goals one year. So there's lots to like about the old 6-team Ontario League.
Yes, exactly. I mean, as I said, I'm sure there's a lot of guys who were playing industrial hockey or beer league hockey at the time that would have been fringe, if not in the NHL. Certainly, professional hockey players at some degree.
Yeah, take a look at the Montreal Canadiens. Well, we're just talking briefly with other sports while we wait the horses come on the track. Montreal Canadiens, they had the first rights to the 2 French-Canadian players every year.
Really?
And then in 1969, the first year of the draft, or the second year, Buffalo ended up having 2 picks, 2 French-Canadian guys, Gilbert Perreault and Ronnie and Richard Martin. Yeah. So it worked out pretty good for Buffalo.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's Montreal. It'd be nice to have the top French Canadian every year. I think to be back in a powerhouse.
Yeah. Again, that's they seem to flourish up there, and I think that society up there really welcomes them.
Now everybody's talking hockey now. It's a Stanley Cup playoffs. You can't help but like what Toronto Maple Leafs did this year.
No, absolutely not. You got a young squad, and I'm stable beside Paul McDonnell down there, and James is over there every day, and I got to listen to all the Leaf talk about how they're going to.
You're a Ranger.
A bit of a Ranger guy, But we appreciate it. We have a good time, and he's absolutely right. If I was a true blue Maple Leaf fan, I'd be tremendously excited as well.
So that last series between Toronto and the Rangers, I got to be careful because Elaine Vigneault was the head coach of the Rocket, the Charlottetown Rocket, owned by the Savard family, Sir Savard and Sir Junior and Senior. So Elaine Vigneault was in Charlottetown for 2 or 3 years. I used to write about him and say he's the best coach, not in the National Hockey League, and it's proven to be quite a statement. Maybe he was at that time the best coach, not in the league.
There you go.
But I don't know if Elaine Vigneault owns horses, but I think some of the guys at the Rangers and some of the guys back home, like Adam McQuaid plays at Boston from back home, he was talking about buying into a horse. So you never know. There's lots of them in the race game.
Yeah, and I think funny before I had a great picture in my office before the fire of Keith Waples and Maurice Richard on the backstretch of Richelieu Raceway. What a great picture. And as you know, Keith, he was about as laconic a person as you want. He didn't say much. He just did what he had to do. And it was Maurice Richard has his arm around Keith. Whereas, it was just, and anybody knows Keith would just love the picture because you would think, being Maurice Richard, everybody would be drooling over him, but it was he had his arm around Keith, and I really thought that was great.
Well, it's unbelievable. When you sit back and look in those days, all the tracks were filled. Yes. 20, 25, 30, 35,000 people. Yeah. In fact, I ran into Keith Waples yesterday at the training center. Yes. At Mohawk Training.
Yeah, he's still active. He's still out and around. Very good friends with Frank Foran, who's kind of my head man, and they hook up every now and again. And I actually spent 3 years with Keith myself back in the day, so I have a bit of history with him. And
I'm beginning to wonder that 51. Let's say you're 53, then. Let's say
I'll take it. I'll take it too.
How we doing for time over there? Spend a little bit? Yeah, no problem. Anyway, getting back to the
0 minutes to post seemed to. We're no different than a racetrack.
That's right.
We're no different than a racetrack. We've been on 0 minutes for 10 minutes.
We had a horse with a tire. There was a tire on one of the bikes that blew out, and there we go. Oh, he threw his shoe. Anthony threw his shoe, so that's okay. We'll get it fixed.
There you go.
But getting back, you have to like about what the Maple Leaf did though with all their kids.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I think this is what they've been waiting for. They've got top management, and they made some right choices, and they've ruined a lot of number one picks over the years, and I can understand that situation too. Sometimes you try to squeeze the lemon too early, and it just doesn't work. But I think they've nurtured these people, and it looks like they're going to be good going forward.
The thing that surprised me is everybody that watched Mitch Marner this year, he turned out to be a real catalyst. He's a tremendous hockey player.
Tremendous, yes.
I mean, he's not very big. When he first came to camp, everybody said, "Oh, he get pushed around, and he won't do this." And then the hunter, that's the general manager in London, said, "No, don't worry about him." He turned out, what a steal.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I've seen some old pictures of Gretzky when he first came into the league, and he looked like a peewee, but he looked like a peewee going by you.
And it's funny, while we're talking hockey again, Dave Keon, Billy McMillan played in his line. I don't think Dave Keon weighed 170 pounds in his life.
No.
It turned out to be I think they had a poll this past winter, and they said he was the greatest Leaf of all time.
Might have been. Didn't say much to the media, though.
You can't believe those media types, Ben.
No,
you just never know.
Anyway.
Except for my column in the Guardian in Charlottetown, you shouldn't read. You only believe half of what you read. That's except for me.
Really.
And I got to get a plug in for our Atlantic Post calls down home too. We cover the Atlantic and Quebec, and some Ontario. Sugar Doyle does the Ontario scene for us, and sometimes Greg Blanchard. Ian Moore does vet story for us. So
I'll tell you, what a great jurisdiction down there. I mean, I respect those people so much. They just absolutely adore this industry, and anything I can ever do to help that end of the world, I love doing it.
It's hard to believe how many people show up for a training session. Now, they've been dark in Charlottetown for 3 months, and they have an open house and qualifiers. You'll have 1,000 people at the qualifiers.
Really?
Thousands sitting out the qualifiers. Yeah. Can't wait to keep going.
Well, I hope my career doesn't put me at the qualifiers in Charlottetown, but anyway, I'm going. I'm going to end up there.
No, you can go down there early in the year in May, so you can have some lobster.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Perfect. See, we could do that.
But you can't even win doing that. I come up the other day with some lobsters, and I took half a dozen up for Paul McDonnell, and I took a half a dozen up for Jack Moziev. So anyway, I go to the training session the other morning, and who'd I run at? Carl Jameson. He said, "Where's my lobsters?" I come to the island all the time. If I'm down there, I don't get any lobsters. You can't win.
I hear you. Because I'm going to want some after this too.
Yeah, no, it's going to have to put you on the list for next year too.
Exactly.
But anyways, it's been a great day. We just wait and see what happens. I'm sure we can keep going. It doesn't make any difference. Let's get back to the football. So you guys almost made it with Windsor.
Yes.
And you almost made it to the Vanier Cup.
Really, we had a great year. We got beat by the University of Manitoba in Winnipeg Stadium, 1969, and we were winning 13-8 at the half. Got beat 41-13. We weren't a second half club.
Well, it was about that time, maybe a year earlier, that as a young fella from Ottawa came down to play in Charlottetown. His name was Jim Foley. He ended up being the MVP in the Atlantic Conference. First game against St. Mary's, he ran for 256 yards. Ended up with a 10-year career with Ottawa Rough Riders.
Really?
Yeah. The word was he was supposed to go to St. Mary's. So he was coming from Ottawa to go to St. Mary's, and they were on the train. And he and another guy named Jeremy Kinsella, another terrific running back, they ran into a couple of girls from the island, and the girls convinced them to come to Charlottetown.
I wonder how they did that.
I don't know. Yeah, that's when the trains are gone. We don't have any trains coming to PEI. So that's not going to happen in this day and age.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, we had a great year. We beat Bishop's University up in Sherbrooke to get to go out west. And Larry Smith happened to be their fullback that year and went on and had a great year with Montreal. And I think he ended up being the
president.
The CFO, the CEO.
That's right.
The CFO.
Yes, right.
Yeah, we had a good year that year. As a matter of fact, I just got off the phone last night. We have a golf tournament with that alumni golf tournament every year, the same group. There was 45 of us. I mean, it shrunk up pretty good through attrition and everything else. But I tried to get out and play in that tournament every year with those guys.
Well, isn't that something?
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't know. I didn't know you played football.
What?
Well, I knew you played football, but I didn't know you played baseball.
There's a lot of things you don't know about.
That's right. I thought I knew everything, but I guess not. It just goes to show you never know too much.
There you go. There you go.
Johnny, well, I don't see. How are we doing on the track over here? You got a.
We're gonna be able to talk to them on the bike.
Oh, we just keep going? Yeah, that's no problem. It's going live anywhere.
We may become syndicated after this.
That can happen. It can happen. We get a sponsor, away we go. Yeah. But getting back to Inverness and the maritime province of harness racing, I can't believe it. How many people, when the Old Home Week's on, everybody from Cape Breton comes to PEI. I don't know who's left in Cape Breton. I really don't.
I raced out there and had a tremendous reception and agreed. What I didn't do, I did wrong. I went out on Friday and came home Saturday night or Sunday morning early. I didn't spend enough time out there, but yeah, that's a whole great week. It's one thing that is not embellished in this industry. It is a signature weekend that should be seen by everybody.
I agree 100%, and I'm glad that the province of PEI, they're behind this thing, and they realize what a tremendous impact Old Home Week has on the economy.
I see
so,
that.
They support the racetracks, they support harness racing, they're good for the stakes program, so it's great for us. And I just ran into an owner last night, and he was telling me that they booked 8 days at the Rod Hotel in Charlottetown for the week. 8 days there for the week plus
Perfect.
1 day.
Well, if I ever do it again, I'll be 7 or 8 days myself, because that's how to enjoy that.
Well, you'll be able to play a little golf and have some lobster and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I could fill the ocean with balls.
Well,
it'd be fun.
Ben, there's a couple of tremendous golf courses up in Inverness.
Absolutely, yes. And you were saying
before the show,
John Elway just flew in. And
John Elway come up from Denver with a group of about 12. Flew in the private jet, and they played the two golf courses up in Cape Breton. That says quite a bit.
Yes, I know. When I was out there, the Inverness Horseman Association put us up at a bed and breakfast. Just Cabot Links was being built at the time, and it was a great time for us. And that's just a testament to how good those courses are, that people will fly in from all over the world to play them. But I think that can be said about the whole area out there. The people and everything, and I'm sure everybody will come back because of that.
Well, actually, speaking of golf and speaking of guys from up around here, Don McDougall, the former president of Labatt's from London, Ontario. Actually, he's originally from PEI, but he lives in London, Ontario, and he's the guy responsible for the Blue Jays coming to Canada.
Really?
He recently purchased the Mill River golf course in the western end of the Isle. A beautiful golf course, but it's a little out of the way. It's but an hour west of Charlottetown. Tremendous golf course,
really?
And he's going to turn things around up there. I think it's going to be real attraction for that end of the province.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Anyway, I think, Ben, we're getting ready to go here. I think Anthony's on the racetrack with the other group, so we're back in action after a little delay. Horse apparently did throw a shoe, so away we go. What's that, Anthony? Ben and I are here filling in some time. It just happens at every racetrack. In the first race, one of the horses threw a shoe. We had a 10-15 minute delay, so that happens.
Well, we had a horse. We didn't throw a shoe. Jordan Stratton just got off the airplane, so there's no rushies in the third. Can they hear me?
George Stratton just arrived, did he? Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, he just got off the airplane.
So he flew all the way from New York, Anthony. You better wait 10 or 15 minutes. We don't mind doing that. Ben and I have been filling it in nicely anyway. Talking about football, hockey, and all things golf.
Yeah, all things important.
That's right. Gordon Stratton. He's having a heck of a year down in New York.
Yeah, he's a solid guy there.
It's funny, you know, I sat back until a couple of years ago. I didn't know much about Jason Bartlett.
Oh,
You see him winning all
yeah,
the race down in New York one time. I looked at the driver's lesson, see all the wins he's got.
Those guys, they don't have to leave New York.
No.
They have a great career right there.
The other thing, Ben, I did notice is there's not many horses around. There's a horse shortage everywhere. We have it down. We're going to have a problem at home. I hope not, but I think the World Driving Championship is on at the same time. And you need horses for that. You know, I just seen this as short fields and not 10 races instead of 12 and 11. I just hope it happens. I notice it up here as well.
Well, I think this is just a fallout from us losing the slots at racetrack program. I think it's a fallout from there. It's starting to regroup a little bit, but I notice on the thoroughbred side, very short fields up at Woodbine right now. The game has shrunk a little bit. I just hope that we can rebound and get those full numbers back up again where they should be. And again, it's supply and demand, and we don't have the supply right, man, for the demand of racing.
Oh, the demand of racing. Well, we were just talking about the yearling sale in Charlottetown last year. The average was around $7,000 for a sale like Charlottetown. Prior to that, it was about $55,000. So people are going to buy horses and want horses.
I think so. I think this is why I find Anthony's endeavor here to be very intriguing, because I'm not sure the excitement of gambling is as great as the excitement of ownership. And that's why I think if Anthony can channel some of these people into ownership, the excitement is addictive, and I think it's a great opportunity for them, because going to the racetrack to watch racing, the entertainment value is not the same as it used to be. You appreciate that. But the pride of ownership, and there's nothing like winning a horse race. I don't care if it's a 3-claimer at wherever or an open pace someplace. The pride of ownership and winning a horse race is what it's all about, and that's what Anthony's trying to do with these people.
The other thing I notice is a lot of these people, a lot of them have time to spend. Mm-hmm. A lot of them are retired, a lot of them young people, but they're still with time. and they all of a sudden own a part of a horse, and they get up in the morning, they follow the horse.
Sure.
They
Absolutely.
call or find out what's going on. So
Absolutely.
the reason for them to live, one of the reasons is they got a horse.
That's my point exactly. That
You know.
the excitement of ownership in some ways can overpass the excitement of gambling, and I think that if we can get some of these people get their foot in the water a little bit, and then maybe you're going to come out of this with some people take a big step sometime and step up and buy a whole horse themselves.
I think the game is this year and last year, it seems to be rebounding here. I think there's more people wanting to get back into the game because they see, for example, it was a horse race here the other day. He's a horse that raced down home, Proven Desire. He was a nice stakes horse. Mark Campbell raced him in Charlottetown. Ended up, he was one of the top colts down there. He raced here. He looked like he was around a 30 claimer here.
Yes.
And the next thing I know, they sell him for 60,000 Canadian.
Yeah.
So any race good. His first start at Yonkers, his second 53 and a piece. So it looks like he's going to pay his way, and he's going to be a good buy.
Yeah, that's the issue we have too with the devalued dollar here. That Yonkers market looks so exciting and to people up here because you just can't afford to miss on that $30 or 30-cent dollar. You just can't afford it, and I have no problem with people selling their horses because that's part of the business. It'd be nice to say we could all keep them all in Ontario, but as you know, this game is so fickle that if you get offered a big number, you pretty near have to move them.
Yeah. It seems it's also, you look at what's happening down in Ohio. It's booming down there as well, and the horse population, they get a lot of horses down there. But I think when people in the Maritimes, I would like to see a government in New Brunswick or Nova Scotia, because they get a great love of horses in there, to put some money into a breeding industry and help the breeders to breed a lot of horses down there, and get involved in the stakes program, because I think you're going to be able to sell the horses at a profit.
I think you can now. I think those horses are going to they're going to be usable up here. At one time, and with no disrespect, at one time those horses couldn't do up here.
That's right.
But now there's horses being bred in the east that will more than handle themselves when they come up here. So I agree. An intensified breeding program down there might be where it's at.
The governments, especially in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, have been throwing money at other ventures that seem to fail. Here's one where you have Cape Breton and Truro that they love horses. There's great crowds, great wherever you go, and why not put some money into a breeding industry and see what happens? A breeding industry down there, I think it can take off.
Yeah, every treasury is so challenged now. I'm sure finance ministers on every province are looking for ways to skim some money and shorten it up. And unfortunately, horse racing may be one of them. Here we go, I think.
Okay, Ben, is this set number one? Okay, there's 5 in set number 1. There's Airway, and this is a sister to Angel Scent that Ben Racer made a couple of 100,000 and more than that. It has also got a record of 50-4. We have an American Eagle, first crop by the Trots R, my MVP. We have Art Seeker, a beautiful filly by Artistic Fella, Book to Bet, Badlands Hanover. And the other one is Boston Glide, a good-looking trotter by Yankee Glide. So we get the right one. McKinnon? No, it's this one here. Airway with Billy Davis, Art Seeker, Jody Jameson, Peregrine Blue Chip, Anthony McDonald, Book to Bet, Sylvan Filion, and Dancing at Midland, James McDonald.
Well-mannered group, it looks like going forward. They've all seemed to have their manners intact.
Art Seeker. Book to Bet. I look at the horse in here, Boston Glide. It's an interesting Yankee Glide out of a sister to Sandtail. So it got licensed to be something, that's for sure.
Yep.
There he is here, Dancing at Midline Airway. Oh yeah, they got them on the screen. They're just doing a great job. We got them on the screen. We don't have to look the program.
There you go.
Pardon? It's windy? Who's Curtis got on top? It looks like number 2. 2 is Peregrine Blue Chip. Okay, Peregrine Blue Chip. What do we got here? This is. Oh no, we got the wrong. Here it is. Here it is. Here, Ben.
Yep.
There we go. Billy
got
Davis, Jody, Anthony, Sylvan, and James, and it's off. I don't can tell here who's cutting a number 2. Art Seeker.
I would think so. Pace and Colt in with this bunch.
Art Seeker, Jody Jameson. I can't see. Your eyes are better than mine, Ben. I don't know who's sitting in the 2-hole.
Hard to determine.
It looks like Airway and Billy Davis.
Sure, a good manner group. Buddy popping out of the 2-hole.
It looks like Airway that's coming here on the outside, come out of the popped out of the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Davis, is it?
We may have to go back to talking about football and baseball here.
Yeah, we'll let them get a look-see till we get the. We don't have a spotter up on the roof like they do at
Exactly.
Meadowlands anyway. This is.
We don't have any trackus to.
That's right.
Whoops! Somebody coming up the inside here. Lots of go.
Are they finishing here? No. Right.
They went about 15-3, 15-6. Well done. They're grouped up good, mannered, all behaved themselves.
Who's 4?
Here we go.
So the 4 is dancing at 4 is booked to bet Sylvan. What's he? Is he going a mile or a mile?
And I think they're done. They're done.
Done.
Yeah, they're just pulling up.
We have an official there from the judges' stand. We have an official. Lloyd, any chance of giving us an official from the judges' stand? 50. Is that the official 15 and 6?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, it's 4 of them right together in the box.
As I said, 15 over half-mile racetrack, middle of May. Very well done. Very well done.
Probably left my pen back in the car, I think. Doesn't make any difference. So, Ben, what are your impressions of the first? Now, it's hard to get we didn't have a close-in spotter, but we're going to have to.
Well, as I said, I mean, you can all you can do is get a feel for what went on, and certainly, as I said, you got 5 or 6 colts that went a half-mile racetrack in the middle of May, showed them out 15 in a piece, and again, impressive.
Well, I hope to check in now with Anthony here from the stable down in the barn area and see what he has to say, but. When Ben Wallace tells you that he likes him and there's lots to like, that's like the finger of God pointing at you.
Geez, I could use God's finger pointing at me right now. The way my bunch have been racing, but.
Oh, you want that tonight? You want that tonight?
Yeah, certainly right. Tonight.
Funny is, I was asking somebody down in training the other day, and I asked him. I said, "What do you got here?" And he said, "Well, I have a number of projects." So I don't know if that's good or that's bad.
Yeah, well,
I guess it is what it is. They're projects, and who knows?
Absolutely.
One day the Colts can't get out of their own way, and the next day look like world champions. So you never know.
Well, there's an old cliche, I think, if you have a good 2-year-old, you'll never commit suicide. So, you know, we'll keep working at it that way.
Isn't that the truth?
I think if we'd have done our homework better, we'd have lined our pedigrees up with our entries, you know.
Yes.
But both of us, me certainly being a novice, I'm just not prepared.
I should have had them. Oh, what's what we'll do?
You know
We'll
what I'm
take 'em
saying?
out. We'll have to blame whoever's doing the graphics.
Yes,
They'll do a
exactly.
better job than that. Okay, then the next group. Let's see if we can get this one. Next group is Delmar J.
Well, I'm certainly not going to be critical of Anthony. He's done more than.
We'll put them together right now while we got a little bit of time.
Delmar, Dewey Ann. There you go. We got Delmar and Dewey Ann and kicking up dust.
Okay. Delmar J. Dewey Ann, kicking dust up, Mensa's last, and PDA blue chip. Okay, I could have done this morning. I thought it was.
I know. Instead of buying coffee and donuts, you could have
That's right.
Could have done some. A little trouble finding kicking up
Get
dust.
it together, huh? I just saw Jimmy McPhail in here from Calgary.
Jeez.
Blois is young. I remember Blois used to be a big owner, and he still has horses. He'd French, Joseph, and Lacardi, two great Australian breds in the 80s. And Jimmy's involved in the race game. He's got horses with George Rogers from Calgary and I think Darcy Murphy from St. John. So they have a bunch of horses there. You always see them all home. They're all home for the week. And good to see Jimmy here this morning. Get a chance to talk to him. But anyway, we'll go from there and get these lined up. So Delmar J. Delmar J. Got a quick look right off the bat. First fall from $100,000 winner. Who won over a half-mile track as a 2-year-old and 2-2. Lots to like there. Glide Master. Okay, that's one. Dewey Ann is the next one. Dewey Ann.
I never did find kicking up dust here.
I don't know where he is. We shall get
Well, standing room only here. I'm glad I got a seat with you.
There's a big crowd, that's for sure. What's going on, Curtis? We get the drone here. I might have to operate the drone if I can't find this program. That would be a catastrophe.
I'll leave that totally up to you.
Sorry, I can't help Curtis on that one.
Yeah, unless people want to see the Mountsburg Lake over.
What do we got? Dewey Ann. I can't find. What do we got? Dewey Ann. We need Delmar J.
Yeah,
I got to see Delmar.
It's on the other page. There.
Oh, Delmar. Oh, on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay. Dewey Ann, Delmar J.
What about kicking up dust? Kicking dust up.
Kicking up dust. Mensa's last. Okay.
They're going down to the bus.
Okay.
All right, welcome back to the Spring Showcase here at Tomiko Training Center, of course, hosted by The Stable. The first of 7 sets under wraps, and we have with us the driver of Book the Bet, a Badlands Hanover filly, Sylvain Filion. What can you tell us about that trip, Sylvain?
Well, we had a decent trip. Anthony was gapping a bit, so we had to go around him. But my filly, she really trained good. She's a nice, big, strong filly, long strides on her, and you know what, I got all good things to say about her.
Excellent. All right, Anthony. Anthony was with Peregrine Blue Chip. What do you have to say, Anthony?
We had the tractor out yesterday. They graded the track here yesterday, and the track's a little deep. That filly has bar shoes on up front. She hooked one of them, ripped it off at the 3/8 pole, and she was running in pretty good if you watch the replay, and she finally lost herself in the last turn. But, you know, it's not a big deal. The track is a little deep. It's not the end of the world. You're not going to see them go the blistering miles or anything today anyway. I think we end up going a mile in 15 or 16, and I was very happy with her. I mean, we've paid 2 horses into almost every stake race in North America, and this is one of them. And you might look at her and say, she doesn't look like much. I think you'll change your mind come August. She's a big filly. She's got a great heart, a great engine in her, and I think she's going to be a really, really nice filly. She's well bred, and she's going to be a nice filly.
All right, there you go. The first of 7 sets today, 6 more to come. Lots of great action here. So beautiful outside here at the Spring Showcase. Just can't say enough about the weather. And the crowd is fantastic. So many people here enjoying the afternoon, taking the festivities, seeing their horses, and perhaps purchasing some horses as well.
Well, Ben, we're back with set number 2. Looks like we got Delmar J, Anthony McDonald, Dewey Ann with James McDonald kicking dust up, Jody Jameson, Mensa's Last, Danny O'Brien, and PDA Blue Chip with Billy Davis Jr.
There you go. Boy, it was fun. We were conversing with people in between. It was interesting how many people you meet through the horses and whatever, but you know, again, you've been doing it a long time. I've been around for 45 years, so I guess there's people that you meet. Yeah, I started early. Yeah, but yeah, it is nice renewing some old friendships.
Yeah, first horse in here is Delmar J. It's a first foal, Glide Master. First foal of a $100,000 winner who took a record as a 2-year-old, 2 minutes and a half, 2.5 mile track. We go to Dewey Ann, and Dewey Ann, let me see now. Dewey Ann's another one that's a New York sired horse by Dewey Cheatham and Howe. And comes from quite a family, lots of money there. And look down at the third dam, Noble Victory. You like to see Noble Victory in a trotter that gives him great speed. So number 3 in here is Kicking Dust Up. I don't have a sheet on Kicking Dust Up.
I don't either, but I see current shares are still available, so you can still get in.
Okay, still get in. Good to know. Mensa's Last. Mensa's Last, Ben, is Mensa's Last. Let's take a look-see here. It's by a $1 million winning horse, Indiana bred.
Yeah, it's got a lot of black type in the family.
And take a look. Look at this for the Maritimers back there. You look at the third dam in here. You see Meadow Split?
Yeah.
Meadow Split's by a horse called Kimberly Kidd. Kimberly Kidd was a horse that Art Porter, Billy O'Donnell's uncle, or I think it's Billy's uncle.
Really?
He drove him in the Maritimes. He won the Governor's Plate, Big Pace at Sackville Downs, and the one in Charlottetown.
Wow.
He's by Fireball, by Kimberly Kidd at a Fireside. So
Jeez.
Maritimers going a little bit of age on him will know a little bit this horse.
Yeah.
And look at the second dam, Like a Prayer.
Yeah. Yep, I mean, great, turned into a great stallion out east too, out in the west, Indiana and whatever.
Yeah.
And yep, great old family there.
Great family there. So we take a look at PDA Blue Chip. PDA Blue Chip, Ben, is, I know some of the guys in PEI have horses. I can't remember. They have horses, shares in this horse. Yeah, Chapter 7, out of a dam that's made $320,000. So lots to like here.
I know the Guccio, the Mensa's Last colt that you mentioned earlier. He was well received at the sales out east there, and I think that was his first crop a year ago. And it'd be interesting to see how they show up again.
Oh well, I'm looking here at the last on PDA Blue Chip, and I look down at the second dam, and I see Lindy's New Lady. I thought, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Lindy's something. Anthony had a horse, raced this horse down here in Mohawk for a couple of years and sold him back in the States. But anyway, it'd be interesting to see, and we'll have to wait and see.
That's a solid backup family on PDA Blue Chip. Yeah, that Aiken for Clay was a great family horse, and I actually bought the only one at Lexington. He ended up making $202,000. I think Big Al's stable out of Toronto bought that colt as a 2-year-old. We raced him at 2 and 3, and he was sold and went ahead and ended up making $200,000. But what a good backup family there. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Libfield Marvin Katz Association were instrumental in putting this pedigree together.
Wow. Well, they were on this past year, weren't they, as Breeder of the Year?
Yes. Oh, they put together a solid group of mares. I mean, they should be applauded for their work in that area. I mean, they've got a great group of mares, and they've worked hard at it and did their homework, and they've been rewarded for it.
So we'll have to wait and see now and see what this group looks like.
Yeah, all trotting bunch, and maybe a little trickier if 2:15. I don't know, that'd be a nice mile if this group could do that in middle of May here.
So Ben, most 2-year-olds in this country have been around 15 or somewhere around
I would
there?
say in that area, again, depending on what type of surface you train over. I'm stable at Classy Lane, and they keep a pretty good surface out there, and most guys have been around 15.
Oh, well, last time I said Classy Lane, Herbie Holland was over there.
Okay.
I don't know if Herbie's
That's
there.
No, I don't think he is. That was quite a while ago.
And Brenda Teague, George Teague's sister, was there.
Yeah, they brought some good horses out there to stable them over the summer.
By the way, did you know George was down? You've been down in Inverness before.
Sure.
George was down speaking.
Yes, I seen that.
Truro.
I seen that.
About a month ago. What a tremendous gentleman he
Yes,
is.
he is. Yes, he is. George is a good guy.
Now, is Paul McDonnell, is Paul a classy lane? Or?
Yes, he's right beside me.
Really?
Right beside me, yes.
You're keeping close watch and Jenna then to make sure she behaves herself, is that it?
Yeah, she drops in with Griffin, their son, and he's just such a great kid. I go down and give their dog Reese a big pat every morning, and fill in some time with Paul.
Paul's quite a guy. By the way, I took him off some lobsters. I'm just getting a good side of him now, so
Yeah. All this lobster talk, I'm getting a little.
Well, don't worry.
concerned.
The next time I'm coming, it's Carl James is on the list, and you're on the list.
Well,
I'll have to get a bigger package. Or just take one. Of course, trying to get them off Jackie Moe after he said them. It's going to be a tough chore.
Yeah.
Can't bump him off the list.
Exactly. Well, I'm sure Joanne has her hand in that too.
Yeah, she told me. I saw her last night at Mohawk.
Yeah.
Said she loved them.
Exactly.
The guy that told me about packing lobsters, he said, get one of those wax lined boxes, and he said, put a newspaper, wet the newspaper an hour before you put it in the box, and put the lobsters in, wet another newspaper, and to get a bag of frozen corn or something.
Yeah.
See, Jack and I only got the lobster, he got the bag of corn. Yeah. And when I opened up the box after traveling for a day, opened the next day, you would swear they just come out of the Atlantic.
Really? I'm sure.
Unreal.
I had a little bad luck with ordering lobsters down there. I ordered a crate one time and drove down the airport to pick it up, and somebody picked it up before me. So I'm sure they had a good feed because I was pretty disappointed. But yeah.
Yeah, they're not hurt. I get a few offers going to the airport, and I said, I can't sell these ones, sorry. But anyway, wait, how are we getting along? Ready to go?
It looks like they're lining up.
Lining up. Okay. Oh, you got them there. That's good.
Yep.
Okay. Boston Glide. What did they say about him? Must be on the other side of that, is it? Yeah, I know. That's McKinnon. Del Marge. Boston Glide must be on the other side of this one, is it? McKinnon. Where in the heck did we put him? I had it here. Ben, I can't find a Boston Glide one. A sheet?
You get it?
Not yet.
Well, the grandstand's full out there. Anyway, that's a good sight. They should have put up some mutuals today.
Oh, here it is. There, Boston Glide. This is the one you and I were looking at. Oh, this is the first fall from my sister's sandpail.
There you go.
So that's the one that kind of make you dream, wouldn't it? Just go to sleep at night and dream that you're going to win the Hamiltonian.
First fall.
First fall. First fall. Okay, what are we missing here? Well, we get a look-see. Okay, what we got Delmer. Delmer J. Who's number 4? Mintz is last. It looks like Danny O'Brien.
They're all staying gated, which
Mintz
is a
4.
good thing. One had a bit of an issue at the back, but 4 of them are staying gated.
Yeah, I'm surprised, Ben, when I went out front just to take a peek. There is a big crowd out front.
Yes,
we probably should have had the mutuals.
Yeah.
Done
I'm
well.
glad he had a good day. You know,
yeah.
It worked out good. It's a beautiful afternoon here.
It's 3. It looks like 3 is sitting second. 3 is kicking dust up. And said Jody. I can't tell Jody without having a hockey helmet on. He played, he's still crying about losing that tournament, but who's coming here now?
Ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Easy.
Mensis last, and Dewey in, James McDonald, who's coming here, the one horse, Delmar J. 4, 2, and 1. Mensis last. Okay, Mensis last. Mensis last,
Daniel
Dewey
Bryan
in, and
is
Delmar
driving
J. Mensis last. Let me get a little look-see. Mensis last.
We didn't have a sheet on that one.
We didn't receive Mensis last. Well, there's Mensis last there.
There you go.
Mensis last, Indiana bred. Look, that's
Yep.
the $1 million winner that you were
Yep.
talking about. And
Yep.
look at the second dam. Like
Yep.
a prayer.
Yep.
And this is from 11 Falls. They finish?
They're still coming
finishing now.
off the top turn.
I think they finished. Eh? See, last week when I was here, they were training a mile and a quarter. I wonder if we got one.
226 and 4, Mount 25. Again, not a bad time frame for middle of May for a bunch of trotting colts and fillies.
Mensis last. Mensis last, Dewey in, and Delmar J. Mensis last.
We'll get an
Like
interview from the winning driver, I'm sure.
Delmar J. Clyde Master. Dewey in, Dewey Cheatham Howe. New York Sire. There's a horse. There's number 1, Ben, or that Dewey in. It's New York Sire by Dewey Cheatham and Howe. Second,
Yeah,
7 Falls, $500 million winner.
bunch of racers, that's for sure.
161,
A lot of black type there.
161. Whoa.
Yep. I'm sure some of these shares will be increased after today.
I wonder if they get any open in some of these ones. These two especially. Dewey kicking up dust. Mensis last is sold, is not available. Delmar J. Does Dewey Ann look pretty good? He's got shares at him at 170 a pop.
Well, interesting. Talking to Anthony before the show, he mentioned that even though the current shares are not available, you can still approach the ownership group and buy in. You know, so just because it said no current shares not available, that's not available through the stable, but they're available through the market. If you approach the ownership group, and there may be people in the ownership that own more than one share, and if they have multiple shares, they may be willing to move one part of their one of their shares for X amount of dollars, and you become invested in a horse that that's somewhat proven.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yes, it is. Yes.
So just because it says it's sold means not necessarily you can't buy in.
Exactly.
You contact the ownership group, they have them all right there, and you can approach them and go from there.
Yep. Step it up, Fred. You gotta know this stuff.
That's right. That's right. Well, that's why you're here.
Yeah.
That's why you're here. All right. Well, I must try to get them all lined up now for set number 3, Road Tripper. I'll see if I can put them together so we can get a look. See who's coming back out here now. I see some kids going out for a little trip.
Yeah, they'll remember this Mother's Day, that group.
Speaking of Mother's Day, I better say hello to my wife out there, Gail. She's probably out having dinner somewhere, not paying attention to this show. But I'll tell you one thing, from what I know from back east, we'll have a big audience, I guarantee it.
Yeah.
And in Quebec. I'm sure Serge is probably watching us.
I'm sure.
He's glad he had a smile on his face the other night after Classic Pro won.
I'm sure he did. I think that horse is 2 for 2 now. He's hit a
2 for 2 and 3-legged and 1 at 52 and 1 for Ian or Dr.
Really?
Moore.
Yes.
He looks some good, I'll tell you, and Serge is some happy.
Good. Well, it's always nice to see the green horses come out, and certainly something that jumps up and excites you, because that's what the game's all about.
It's all about. You just never know where they're going to come from. So who we got here coming? We're going to have an interview with somebody. I'm going to see. Looks like it's going to be. It looks like it's nice and mild out there. It's hot in here, but I don't know. That's his last. Just three and across the track, so I don't know who won. What's he doing? Is he waiting for? We're not on, I guess. I don't know. I think he's waiting for.
Are we not?
I'm not sure.
I think we are.
We are? Oh, okay. We'll just wait till we get an update from Anthony or the winning driver to find out what happened. So
I think we are.
What do you think of that punch?
Well, again, the green trotters trotting 25 middle of May over half mile track. You've got to respect some of those. It looks like we're going to get James to give us his opinion, and it should be interesting.
Julianne.
We can't hear that.
No. I wish you. No.
Because he's got us shut off.
All right, welcome back to the Spring Showcase. I thought you were the victor of that set, but I guess I was at a bad angle there, James.
It was pretty close. I don't know. I don't think there's a win print today, but if there is, I'd like to see it.
All right, well, very, very tight for second or third. Dewey Ann, she is a Dewey Cheatham and Howe filly. Have you driven this filly before?
Yeah, I came and I went with her, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and she was good. She's got a great attitude. She's a little bumpy, but the track's really deep today, and like I said, she's got a good attitude. She doesn't look for her way out. She wants to stay at it and trot all the time.
All right, I don't know if we got an official time from your father in the commentator's seat there, but 2:26 and 4, says your brother.
Yeah, something like that, around there.
All right, you are in the remainder of the sets today?
I think so, yeah. I haven't studied the program that hard. I was working late last night, so.
You just do like the rest of the volunteers here at the stable. You just do what you're told, right?
That's right. Just wing it.
Just wing it. All right. James McDonald, second or third, somewhere in the second set today, trotting set here at the Spring Showcase. We're going to send it back now to the fellas in the commentator seats.
Yeah, I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I said 225. I said I respect the circumstances out there. It's tough getting those 2-year-olds around. It's deep, kind of a cuppy track, but yeah, that's more than a credible performance in middle of May for that group.
Well, if Ben Wallace is pleased, and I'm an owner, I got to be pleased too. That's all that counts.
Yeah. Well,
top that one.
What was the last line in Casablanca? I think you're going to be friends for a long time, or something. Like
you got it. I must have seen that movie about 20 times.
So did I. Oh yeah, absolutely.
In fact, you're going to laugh. I bred.
You weren't in it, were you?
No, I wasn't in it. But I raced and bred a horse that was in the movie, Victor Laszlo.
Really?
Yes.
Good.
Paul Heinrich had and Humphrey Bogart had the letters of transfer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Victor Laszlo.
Good stuff.
That's right.
Wow. Yep.
In fact, I had a filly, and I had the same mare, and I called her Elsa.
Really?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Would have been great to sit at the bar at Rick's American Tavern there, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it be something? I often thought about it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But Victor Laszlo, he was a pretty good horse.
Really good.
Roddy Jameson, Carl Jameson's brother, he won with him. The horse was owned up where you were.
Okay.
Up in Sydney by Kansas Snow.
Really?
He ended up winning a provincial cup, one of those trials in St. John, and won a mile 56 and won over a half-mile track, coming last quarter in 27 flat, and he beat Six Day War and a bunch of good horses.
Wow.
He raced in the Gold Cup in Saucer. I think, I don't know if Albert Bernard drove him. He broke him and trained him. Maybe Albert or Kansas Snow drove him, or Roddy Jameson, drove him, and he made a break leave and hit the gate. But he was a fast horse.
What a name dropper I am. I just throw Casablanca out at you, and I let you run.
Well, there you go. You thought I was just a sports guy.
Yeah.
I'm a movie fanatic. I watch the Turner Classic Movies all the time.
That's another issue. But anyway,
That's right.
We'll go
That's
from
the
there.
gentleman right there, British
Yeah.
Channel. You didn't know I watched Humphrey Bogart movies, did you? The Left Hand of God,
Yeah.
South Pacific.
Maltese Falcon.
What about? Now, I wanted to call it my other horse, another horse, Casper Gutman, but my wife wouldn't allow it.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we should be in them. You and I should
I
be
know,
doing. Maybe
exactly.
we should syndicate this show and do all
I'm
all
sure.
things sports.
Well, we'll probably sell
And
shares.
movies.
We could
And
sell
movies.
shares.
Yes,
we could become fractional.
So, you like the trotters? They all look good. A mile and 225.
Yeah, you know,
226?
again, you've got to give them some room. 2-year-olds bouncing out there over that surface and going around 225 and behaving themselves. Yeah, you've got to respect that.
Okay. Well, let's take a look. See now. Oh, are we going to get is Anthony going to step up and do a little commentary here, or what?
I don't know.
We're driving our producer nuts over here.
Yeah,
you know that. Well, we got lots to talk about. We can fill in the space.
We've been doing pretty good, I think, filling in.
Movies,
Yeah,
sports, hockey,
gee.
boxing.
There you go.
Well,
there you go.
What's Curtis wanting? Oh, he must be out front, is he?
Here we go.
I'm going to get this other crew product. Road Tripper.
All right, welcome back to the Spring Showcase here at Tamiko Training Center. I'll tell you what, there are a lot of great things about harness racing, but one of the best things are the nice people that you meet, and you won't meet nicer people anywhere on earth. And one of those fellas is Jim McCaig, my buddy. How are you doing, Jim?
Great, Kel. Good to see you.
Jim didn't want to do this interview, just FYI, but he's going to get really into it in a few moments here. So, Jim, you've been involved in harness racing. You've trained, bred, owned, trained, driven your own, and yet here you are with some pieces and some horses trained by someone else. Why is that?
Well, I was looking for something kind of unique for my daughters for Christmas presents, and they're all rather interested, so I bought them some shares in Del Mar J.
Trotter, of course.
Oh, of course, and that's what I gave them for Christmas.
That's a fabulous illustration of how powerful this model is.
Yes, it really does work. Anybody can become involved. You don't have to be a big shot. You don't have to have a whole lot of money. You can just be involved and follow the horses. We also own a piece of that Happy Holidays mare, which has raced very well for us, and it's fun just watching. And now I don't like trucking and racing in the winter, so I can watch it all winter.
That's right. You have the luxury of the experience without all the aggravation.
Exactly.
Let Anthony have all the aggravation. You are also active in other parts of the equine world, right?
Yes, we exhibit and show road horses, standardbred horses that we find with a lot of class and style, and we turn them into show horses and show them at the major shows.
Right. And how long have you been involved in harness racing for? A few years.
A few years. I think it was 1975.
That was a good year. 74 was a better year, but 75. All right. Will you be purchasing any more horses today, do you think? Any more shares? Is that in your future, you think?
Oh, I wouldn't say it's impossible. We got to see what's going on. I got lots at home to work on, so.
Excellent. All right. Well, Jim McCaig, thank you very much for joining us. One of almost 250 owners in the stable. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you, Kel.
All right.
Diamond Creek Farm is harness racing's breeder of champions. Although in business only a short while, Diamond Creek has bred a long list of truly great horses, including 3 of last season's Breeders' Crown winners, Pure Country, Divine Caroline, and Creatine. Look for your future champions in Diamond Creek's yearling consignments this fall.
just put the races on in between us.
Yes, Ben, I noticed a gentleman will come up and ask about how Chris Roberts was doing down in the Maritimes. You know Chris Roberts?
For sure. He's done a good job everywhere he's gone, that man.
First class gentleman. He's now the CEO of the Nova Scotia Casino in Halifax. And what he's done for harness racing down there, well, we know they're not going to build any new racetracks. We know that. So what Chris Roberts has done, he's put a big simulcast parlor in the Nova Scotia Casino for the big bettors in Halifax. It's the biggest area. Used to be home to Sackville Downs, the Maritime's biggest track with the biggest population, biggest purses. So anyway, what he's done, he's put a beautiful simulcast section in the casino. A lot of great bettors, a lot of horse racing fans in Halifax and the Halifax area. So any of the profits are made from, we know when you bet in Halifax or bet in the Standardbred Canada, the profits will go, the commission will go to Truro Raceway. So it's going to benefit Truro Raceway immensely.
Well, I think even when Chris was up here, you know, we knew his heart was in the horse racing game, and I always felt whatever he did, he put his mark on it. It was always well done. So I'm not surprised that he's worked himself into a creditable position down there.
Yeah, and actually, he's a great writer, too. He used to be editor of Trot Magazine or one of the magazines up here.
Yep.
So he keeps telling me how good a writer he is, but he never contacts me very often. It's just one paragraph or one sentence. I'm beginning to wonder.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you'll get something after this broadcast.
Anyway, our next section, Ben, is going to be race number 3. We have paperwork done on 4 of them. I want you to take a look and give us a little background. I see Road Tripper. Road Tripper has a rail, in section number 3. Oh, there we go, Curtis. There's Road Tripper, Holiday Road.
Again, lots of back class here. The third dam was a great race mare here, Oblada. She raced around here and produced Oblada and $500,000 winner. And Molly Jones raced up here. I believe Roger May outraced her. And there's a lot of back class here. And again, she's got a page that says that she could be a horse for them.
Yes, I'm taking a look at the Sire Holiday Road. I was at Flamborough the other night, and Anthony's racing a horse called Happy Holidays. And she was full of business. Look, the best she ever did. 1 at 59 with ease over a half-mile track. I saw her in November up here, and she looked like her hide was all dull and dried and looked like, you know, maybe she's just worn out. But now I saw her the other night up close. She looks like $1 million. She looks like a seal, a nice high tour, and she looks good.
You know, Holiday Road has thrown some decent horses too. Hemi Seals was a hard-knocking horse that John Baxter raced up here and is now, I think, racing around in New York. And Luck of the Irish racing down in New York, Tom Duran's horse. And he's got enough page to maybe put together a horse for these people. So good luck with them.
Good luck. Thanks for the background. Let's take a look, Ben, at American League. Is another one in this class here today, the matinee racing. He's by a horse called My MVP.
Yeah. Again, a horse from that I believe Tony Alagna raced and was a creditable horse, certainly a great bred horse. And the page says maybe there's something back here that could produce a creditable horse. You got Dyson right in the second family, a very current horse, and off of a young mare, so giddy up. Giddy up.
Yeah, I like that. My MVP. Yeah, giddy up. That's pretty good. Well, that's why you're a horseman. You got all those sayings. Yeah, giddy up. And the next horse we're going to look at is Gratuity. Another horse by My MVP. Got a record of 52. The horse MVP does.
Yep.
And one thing I take a look at, I'm looking over in the third dam here, and I see a double cross of Girl Nobel on the first and second dam, first on the top and the bottom of the pedigree. And you got to remember Girl Nobel? Yes. You were down in Montreal with my old buddy Wally McGuinness.
Great, I tell you. Nowadays, if you don't have Girl Nobel somewhere in the family, you're going to come up a little short. He's just been a great stallion. I recall a conversation that Bill Wellwood was having with a couple of ex-Hall of Famers. I think it was Billy Houghton and I forget the other man. And they were talking about who was the best stallion standing in America. And they were talking about Speedy Simoli and Speedy Crown and all that. And Wellwood jumped up. So I'll tell you who's the best stallion to stand is a horse called Garland Bell up in Quebec. And they didn't know who the hell he was, and by gosh, he was damn right. So there you go.
Well, giddy up. How's that?
Giddy
Let's go to so number 4, Master Saver. Here's another one interesting pedigree. Glide Master. Again, we go back to the 3rd dam and see a double cross on the top and bottom of the pedigree of Valley Victory. This has got to help.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anytime you got back class on a trotter, it's got to be considered.
I'm looking at some of the foals in here. Oh, they're getting ready to go to the gate, Ben. So we better just hold on to this one. Here we are, Road Tripper, American Eagle, Gratuity Master Saver, SS Hakuna Matata, and Beck's Pride. Beck's Pride, the lady was just up here, Ben. This is a homebred horse.
I believe so, yes.
Well, it'll be interesting to see.
Was that the lady from Collingwood?
Right.
She drove down all the way from Collingwood.
And Collingwood from Campbellville is...
A couple hours.
Couple hours?
Good couple hours, yes, for sure. You run into weekend traffic, it could be longer.
So this is something like they do in Inverness. They drive over to Charlottetown in the wintertime to watch a race and then drive back.
Yes, they do.
Oh, they're driving back in the dark. You never know what the weather's going to be like down there. So you got to give her credit. She's game.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to respect that.
Oh, I like the way they set the screen up for us.
They're getting them well mannered. That's for sure.
Oh, we got driving here.
Standing room only on the deck out there. I will say that it's we can get all these people out to the racetrack. Mission accomplished.
Maybe we should have the mutuals open today. We should get it next year.
Yeah.
To make some money on this. And maybe we'll have to get our old buddy Chris Roberts. Get him up here and get the mutual set up. He knows how it works.
Absolutely. I'm sure he put his heart in it.
Well, this is one of the first ones where we see number 4, Master Saver, Jordan Stratton, in from Yonkers.
That's right. Jordan came up. I guess that you got to give all kudos to that. It's a long run to come up for an afternoon of racing babies, but again, that's how far-reaching Anthony's product has gone, and again, I got to respect him for that.
See, Master, I'm not sure. Jordan and his wife bought shares in a couple of these horses.
I believe
I don't know if this is one. I'm no doubt that's the one he wants to go with, the one he owns.
Better him than Anthony.
You heard that, Anthony?
But that's
I know.
another story.
I think I heard that before, didn't I? What?
I think Anthony can take a joke.
Oh yeah. Oh, you listen. You gotta. You better have you better learn to have a thick skin in this business.
Absolutely.
And if you can't have a sense of humor, well, maybe it's not the place for you.
Exactly. Because if you're getting into it just to get your picture taken, it's not going to happen. It may happen, but if that's the only reason you're here, then I suggest your motives are wrong.
Maybe take up golf or something.
Let's move on from that too.
We going here now? They're off, or?
Yep,
Yeah, looks like we're off.
Off
Here
and
we go.
trotting, as they say.
That's a
Get that drone zeroed in a little tighter for us. We could give you a little better read. But first 3 or 4 look like they're behaving.
I see Jordan Stratton sitting in 4 spot here. Who's sitting 1-6. Becky's Pride, the homebred who come down there. People come down from Orangeville. Look at him.
Yeah. Somebody's slipping onto the front. They weren't going enough, so.
James wants to get a double win today or something, does he?
Yeah, it looks like it.
I see.
That's Beck's Pride.
Beck's Pride.
And from what I read, shares are still available.
Beck's Pride. I think Road Tripper. Is that Jody? Jody's sitting in a 2-hole. I don't see number 2 is American League at Billy Davis.
Somebody come perfed up off a half around 15.
And I don't see Jordan Stratton, so.
Ooh, I don't know.
Oh, here he comes again. This is Jordan right here. Trotting a storm there.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And you know what? In a green trotter, that's what you look for. You look for some speed. Whether it's an eighth, a quarter, a half, you develop from there. But if they go out and don't trot the whole mile, that's not a concern. As long as they showed some ability here or there is what you're looking for. This colt looks like he's picked himself up. He's back in the go and trying to be second over as we speak. But again, as long as he shows some trot somewhere is what you're looking for.
I know our good friend Wally McGinnis be down there listening. He'd be saying, "You guys should be listening to Ben."
Yeah. Wally. Oh. You know, Jordan's colt has trotted a big half. He's caught up, and he looked like he's 3 deep around the turn. He just think he's still at Yonkers.
Whoa.
Does he know he's not going to get? He's not racing for money. Nice mount, 21 and a piece.
21 a piece, I
looks
guess.
like Jordan's colt would trot a good back half, as they all did.
I guess so.
You know, you got to be happy with that.
Show him a little air at the end of the mouth. Still wants to go on. I think he wants to be in that international trot.
Maybe. Well, he's got a couple of years to figure that out. Yeah, nice mile for them. They finished up, grouped up. But again, you got green 2-year-old trotters at in the middle of May over a bumpy going half mile, 220-ish. That's where you want to be. And if they make a mistake, again, that's not a big deal. As long as they show some ability somewhere along the line, you got to be happy with that. So.
Well, it's always good to get a perspective from a Hall of Fame trainer like yourself.
Yeah.
No, really, I'm more serious this one. When you sit back and somebody tells you that it's your reputation like yourself as a trainer in the world, North America for sure, well known in North America as a great trainer. So when somebody tells you that, you're sitting back somewhere at a minor track, maybe Inverness, maybe Sydney, and some other place, and your horse makes a break, or you see it today and say, don't get upset. He's just finished telling you.
Yeah.
If you show something, away you go.
And I'm sincere about that. That's exactly how I feel. Horse makes a break, makes a mistake, but gathers himself up, trots a piece, and it's just a matter of putting 4 pieces together, and away you go. So.
Well, that's always good to know when you sit back. So some guys get frustrated, horse make a break in training or so on and so forth. So
yeah.
That's good to go.
Anthony,
and I'm not saying that they're not great horsemen down there too, but it's nice to know. Sometimes you worry about what really matters in a training session. So a horse made a break and back and try to tinker with him and maybe just leave him alone if he's as good as that and he can show him speed and everything.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what you got to see. If you can just show some innate speed, that they'll put it together.
Yeah. Well, I guess now we'll have to wait for the interview from.
Well, maybe
not sure who the winner is.
I don't know either.
3 or 4 of them close.
Jordan made the turn like he might have won, but he certainly was an impressive mile for his colt.
This horse here is another one, First Crop Sour. Oh, that's the one you were talking about with the family Dason and.
Yes.
And maybe Billy Davis, and maybe I think they're going to interview Billy now, are they? You switching over to Billy? Tell you one thing, the crew's done a marvelous job of getting this on the big screen in here. A big screen for people watching the TV, so they get a look-see, a little pedigree and all the horses. Perfect. Not on screen now, but when they go to the gate, it's always sitting back and nice to know what you got and see who's doing what.
I'm really impressed with the demographics we got going on here. The young, old. There's a real cross-section. It's impressive to see so many young people again that are getting initiated to the game.
Yeah, it makes you feel good. I mean, I go down home in Charlottetown. It's a hotbed of horse race, and the Maritimes is.
Yes.
And you go to the banquets, you see kids winning awards, and they're working out and learning things on their matinee tracks. They're all 12, 13, 14, 15. That's the way it starts.
Sure.
But it's very encouraging today to see a lot of young people, so many young people here.
It is, absolutely. And again, that's all kudos to Anthony and Amy and their staff and the people that put this whole afternoon together, as to say nothing about the stable as a whole.
was that? 221. 221. Now that gentleman, I don't know if he's from around here or not. I think he's an American. I think he's out from the States.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Could be. Could be.
This is one of the guys.
Well, he mustn't be from the Maritimes if you don't know him.
Yeah, that's true, too.
You know everybody down there.
Well, when you're a prophet, they call me a sports prophet. If you're a sports prophet, you know everybody.
Really?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. I got to tell you this one. You might like it. You're talking about getting sprinkled with holy oil for the race tonight. You remember you said you're thinking about it. No, somebody was telling us.
Yes.
I got to tell you, I was at a funeral down in Rusty called PEI last summer, and guy comes over afterwards and he says to me, is there any chance of getting a picture taken with you and Father Dunn over there? I said, yeah. So I called Father Dunn over. I said, Eric, got a minute? So he comes over and the man comes in and he stands between Father Dunn and myself, and then his wife comes over and she gets a picture in, and the husband takes the picture. And so Father Dunn said to him, he said, listen, he said, why do you want to get a picture with me and Freddie? And he said, listen, it's not every day you get a chance to talk to a priest and a prophet under the one roof on the same day. So there you go. I'm going to give you a little luck tonight.
I can certainly understand that.
See, down at PEI, where my brothers always say, you call yourself the sports prophet. No, I am the sports prophet. When Serge calls on Sunday morning, I help him out with the football picks all the time.
Oh.
He phones up and he talks to my wife. He said, I want to speak to the prophet.
There you go.
I help him out, but I keep telling Serge he should stick to what he knows best, hockey and horse racing.
Absolutely.
Leave the football to the guys that know what they're talking about, like me.
I hope you're not giving out any secrets here.
You should be doing a football picks with your football background.
Yeah, I should be doing something else, I'll tell you that.
Oh.
All right, welcome back to the Spring Showcase here at the Stable at Tamiko Training Center. Anthony McDonald, gratuity and my MVP filly. How did that set go for you?
Oh, really good. This filly's had a ton of talent all year. If anybody's watched her video, she can really trot. And once in a while, I'll put the hobbles on her. I don't know if she'll need them all year, but she's a lot more steady with them on. Track was a little deep today, so we made a game change and put the hobbles on her. She was fine. Trot's great, really, really strong. I just wanted to let her sit in the outside. A lot of these horses, you know, it's not just how fast you can go or how long it takes you to the track, but it's what you teach them along the way. And I wanted to sit her on the outside and let her grind away, and she was really, really good. I know Jordan made a little break there. I think he might have left his trotting hands in New York when he came here, but yeah, no, he was good.
Gracious as always.
Yeah, he was good. He's happy to be here. You know, I can't say it enough. You know, everybody that helped out today, it's been tremendous.
All right, still some shares left in this filly, right?
Yeah. She's a really nice filly. She's very affordable. The owner originally sent her to us, Jason Malilo's a great guy. Turned into a real good friend of mine, and this filly's got a ton of go. I mean, we have some people over here that are buying shares in her right now, and some other people that have made some inquiries about her. And you know, she's Ohio bred, very lucrative stakes program. We have about 10 of them going there this year, and she's one of our better ones.
All right, gratuity, 60 shares still available. She's priced at $4.10 a share. You can grab them up today. Thanks very much, Anthony.
All right, thank you.
Stay tuned.
Back again, Freddie. We just got a young lady come by and wanted us to announce to the in-house crowd that they have an opportunity here to win someone special flowers and chocolates for Mother's Day, and the raffle tickets are $2 for 3 or $3 for $5, and it's to support racing under saddle in Ontario. So if you're here at the venue, drop by, buy some tickets and support a respectable cause, and maybe pick up some flowers and some chocolates.
You and I can't win that, I guess, can we? No.
Last thing we need is chocolates, I'm afraid. We'll give them away, but the $2 or $5 is not going to break anybody. It looks like it's a respectable cause. So, again, drop by and pick up some tickets.
All right, welcome back to the Spring Showcase. We have a little time in between, so we want to chat with some folks joining us here today. We've got Michelle and Mark. And Michelle, where have you come from?
Glens Falls, New York.
New York. All right. Why did you make the trip all the way here from New York, Mark?
We try to get up every couple months to check out our babies, and we thought this weekend was a good opportunity.
All right. So I asked Michelle, how many horses do you have shares in? She was like, a couple, and Mark was like 5. Right? So do they just keep adding up? Is that sort of how this goes, Mark?
Yeah, it's like an addiction. We keep adding on. We had 4 coming in today. We just added a few shares of another one.
All right. And Michelle, how did you get hooked up with the stable to begin with?
Well, Mark was researching opportunities to get into horse racing at a lower cost, and we found this.
All right. And Mark, you've owned horses and trained them before, right?
Correct, yeah. Down in Saratoga, we had a couple about 20 years ago, and things were different back then in the racing business. There was no slots, so we thought this would be a good opportunity to make a splash with some babies.
All right. And is this something you really enjoy? I mean, I can tell that it's something you really enjoy, but you need to tell me it's something you really enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, it's consumed a lot of our life, and it's great. You know, we follow every day, and you know, we're about a month away from the races, hopefully, and can't wait to see what happens this summer.
All right. And Michelle, you said there might be another purchase today. Is that correct?
There's a possibility. There's a couple that Mark has his eye on, so we'll see what happens.
All right. And what do you personally get out of this?
My husband off my back and working with the horses.
There you go, ladies. If that wasn't the biggest sales endorsement ever, I don't know what is. All right. Well, Michelle and Mark, thank you very much for joining us, and safe trip back.
Thank you.
All right.
Diamond Creek Farm is harness racing's breeder of champions. Although in business only a short while, Diamond Creek has bred a long list of truly great horses, including 3 of last season's Breeders' Crown winners: Pure Country, Divine Caroline, and Creatine. Look for your future champions in Diamond Creek's yearling consignments this fall.
All right, Ben, we're back at set number 4, and it looks like a group of trotters again. Lima's son.
Lima's son, yeah, there's another group of trotters, as you mentioned. We got another MVP colt coming out here, out of a mare that raced around here, actually, Angus Hall mare. Did a lot of gold elimination winning and certainly some 2-year-old ability there, so that's always nice to see in the immediate pedigree.
All right, number 2 is Buckeye Babe, Man of Many Missions filly, out of an Angus Hall mare. There's lots to like there. Now look at the second dam. Fan favorite, made $500,000.
There
you know
go.
what?
There you go.
Ben, I remember looking at a study out of Kentucky about 20 years ago, and it says, how good does Mama have to be? And it listed all the top colts off the past 5 or 6 years up to then, and it showed which ones were big money winners, big money winners, $1 million, $500,000, $750,000, and a lot of them were out of mares that were just ordinary in the racetrack, but had the big time pedigree.
There you go.
So here's one here, a fan favorite, the second dam, made $500,000. Don't have to say any more.
I've got Lawmaker here, a muscle massive colt, kind of an interesting family too, an Amigo Hall mare, but actually a sister to Friendly Amigo that Blair Burgess raced, and she could try to hold right in the wind. She was a lot of speed, big, strong girl, and if she can certainly carry it forward to her sister and muscle massive colt, who knows? She's got a bit of a pedigree here to say she should be able to go.
Okay, let's take a look at number 3, Canale Hanover. It is a Donato Hanover. No, yes, a Donato Hanover, and this fella has quite a bit of pedigree. Half brother sold last year for $90,000. A full sister told 2 years ago for $100,000. Her sister, Muscle Hill sister, Chevere Hanover, made $192,000, trotted in 54 and 4 in the divisions of Bluegrass at the Red Mile, etc. So, Wicked Family, second dam, Super Grit, Super Bowl, and there's her old friend, Garland Lobel, pops up again as a sire of Andover Hall.
There you go. You love to see Garland anywhere in the pedigree because he's been a very creditable stallion addition. I got Wind Chaser here. He's by a horse called And Away We Go. I have no clue who he is or what he did other than he trotted in 54. Again, looks like a family that a lot of them got to the races, and good luck to this one.
And you also have Lawmaker.
Lawmaker, yes I do. Actually, that's the one I talked about. It was a muscle massive horse.
Yes.
Out of that Friendly Amigo family. This one says that he should be a decent colt. Could be early too.
Okay. And another one in here is Cruising in Style. There's 6 in this set number 4. This is Muscle Mass. Take a look at the first dam. Has got a record of 56 with around 200,000 are set to go. And we look at the third dam, you see the third pedigree, third generation. You get Speedy Crown on the top and the bottom. So it's like you get Speedy Crown on the sire side and the dam side, and can't help but help.
Just going back to that Lawmaker colt, that just doing a little more pedigree research there. That's a great old Ontario family. Goes right back to the third dam of Hey You Guys and the dam of White Santa Electra. That's a great friend of mine, Jerry and Joanne Duford's mare, that has thrown them some decent colts. Old Jack Magic still knocking away, and she made them 100,000. So I know that's a family that's near and dear to their hearts, and suggest that he could be one that we should keep an eye on.
See that now, Ben? That's why you're here with all that extra background information. Yeah. You're just not a hockey player and a football player.
Exactly.
A golfer,
yeah.
That's right.
My problem is I know as much about the third dam as I know about the first dam. That's where you run into the age gap. Good thing they don't have fourth dams on these page.
You probably train them.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Well, if they're young mare and they're bred early, you could.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure.
Let's not go to the other example.
Well, they're gathering them up here and getting them mannered, getting them sort of used to trotting together and beside each other and around and moving them. And Anthony gives them lots of opportunity for race type scenarios.
color in here on the screen for us.
There you go, yeah.
Black is 1 and 3. Pink is 5. 2 is gray, is Buckeye Bay. 4 is Lawmaker. And 6 is Cruising in Style in the blue saddlecloth.
There you go. Looks like Jordan Stratton has another mount in here as well, it looks like. And
Yeah, Jordan Stratton's got Canali Hanover. That's one with they're all great pedigrees and they all have license, but this is something extra special. Here's a little background on Canali Hanover.
Yep, same family as you mentioned, old Super Grit. I raced Yendel's Iceman against him in a bunch of those series. I think he actually beat him in the Sumac Lad Trot of the Meadowlands back when they were age trotters together.
So that's even
Good
a little
family.
bit more. This guy's got more. The more you talk about him, this guy's got a big league pedigree.
Oh yeah,
He
exactly.
could be something.
Yeah, no, agreed, and certainly Donato's more than credible. So yeah, it's got something to be excited about. Just had a gentleman talk to me about the old Greenwood days back racing down by the lakeshore, which was a fun reminiscent.
Down in Queen Street East.
Queen Street East. He even brought up the Orchard Park Tavern right across the street.
Actually, I was at the 69. Well, when I was up playing baseball in earlier, we came down. Mike Busnai is now over in Newfoundland. He came down to we came down to watch a Maple Leaf Trot, and Flamboyant and Fresh Yankee. And the horse that won that night was a horse called Grandpa Jim.
Sure.
Robert Farrington.
Yeah, from Chicago.
That's it.
There you go.
We're back now to Tomoka and Campbellville. We went from Chicago back here to Campbellville.
Yep, there you go. And they're often trotting, as they say. A bunch of them behave themselves. Got a feeling this group might move along pretty good. There's some pedigree in here that says they should trot early.
A Lawmaker horse you talked about was zip, no problem, skipped over to the front.
Yeah, well, he's got a pedigree that says he could be early, so maybe they will.
I'm just wondering who is second. Is that Buckeye Babe or is it Canali Hanover?
You can see why some of these trotters are all sold out, because a few of them look pretty good. But again, I think you can approach the ownership group and buy available shares off the people that are already involved for a profit to the people that got in early.
Looks like one Lemus. Looks like Lawmaker, Lemus son, and Buckeye Babe. Of course, in all fairness, it's pretty windy out there, and there's a new set of rock outs on the track.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not a speed day by any means. But there's a nice group right there. We just need to get the polls brightened up a little bit better for us. We could let them know where we're at. But
I'm gonna have to blame Curtis or Lloyd or one of these guys.
Well, again, they're trotting pretty good piece right here. Somebody slipping up the inside. They'll do anything to get their picture taken, these drivers. I have a hard time believing that time is right. No, as the producer said, no. Eh? 5 seconds. Because if it is, I'm going to go down and try and buy shares in that son of a gun. Exactly. That's a real good trip for those colts. Which one?
It looks like, I don't know. Lawmaker.
Lawmaker?
That's the one you were talking about, the big family.
Yeah, I mean, that's an impressive family on paper, as I suggested. It's got a lot of old Ontario talent there, but a lot of early Ontario talent. So If he trot if you trot any time of a mile better than 2:10 here today, you've got a candidate to play, for sure.
It was pretty close at the end of it. I'm not sure who won it. I'm not out in the grandstand. We're inside. And don't
That's what I
see
said. It's kind of tough when we don't know the polls for the half
Yeah.
or the quarter or the
Exactly.
finish. So you just have to look at the whole body of work of them, and
So next
some
year
of them
we'll
were
have to turn
impressive.
around and make sure we get the polls up for next year.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't know whether.
I'll have to go to see Anthony and get
I
him to
don't know.
straighten
I
us
might
out.
charge for this next year.
There they are. There, 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4. Lima's son, Lawmaker, Buckeye Babe.
Yeah, decent group. As you can just see from the video there, how cuppy that track might be, and
What's it got?
8-3. Nice trip. Nice trip.
2, 8, and 3.
2, 8, and 3. Yep.
Jesus, 3 of them.
Yeah.
That's not, and that is not on paper. It looks like Canali Hannah was the best starting in, but it's like anything else. What's that?
2, 8, and 3. I think that group went more than the Pacers.
Yeah. Track's not going to firm up that much in 3 qualifiers.
No.
2, 8, 3. That Lawmaker one you're talking about, 8, 3. Some if that's the amount.
Yeah.
The trouble is, there are 3 of them there, which is good if you own one. Lawmaker.
I think there's shares available on the Canali. That's as it looks by our guide here.
Nice. There he is right there. We see him on the screen now. It's not Canali. I've seen him training before. He's looked like $1 million in training.
Yeah.
Maybe couldn't handle a race. And just like you said, he'd get 5 speed before it. Just because you make a break today, or because it could be in track conditions or whatever.
Yes.
It's not.
You can't just throw them away because of that. There's.
We're moving along, man. We get forward.
We got 3 more sets, I think.
3 more sets. Getting down the home stretch. So you got a busy day. What time do you have to get Miami racing?
I think 6 o'clock post over there. I'll go a couple of trips. I'll be there by 5:30.
Okay. So I'm gonna get these ready now and see where we are. Well, that's great. We'll split up the next 3 each. They worked out great.
We're still on, eh?
Oh yeah, that's right too. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, don't tell.
You never know.
Don't tell any more. Don't tell any more of those jokes.
Anyway, Lawmaker looks some good, so we'll
Yes,
have
he
to wait
did.
and see. Be interesting to have your own shares in any of these starters that are the first 3 today. That were very good.
Exactly.
You know, Canali Hannah's going to be good.
Looks like we're getting an interview now with
Okay.
Kelly. Wait.
All right, welcome back to the Spring Showcase here. I'm pleased to be joined by Jordan Stratton. How are you doing, Jordan?
I'm happy to be here.
We're happy to have you here. Jordan, of course, one of North America's top drivers. Celebrated your 3,000th win last November. Do you know where you're at, where your tally is approximately now?
I'm having a good year, but I don't know down to the number.
3,000 plus. Let's leave it at that. All right, all right. So why have you flown all the way from New York to here after you drove at Yonkers last night? You caught a plane this morning, and you said you'll be going back tomorrow. So why?
It's a great opportunity for the horse racing industry to have people that maybe have never had the opportunity to own a horse or don't have the money to invest, buy a whole horse. They can buy shares through Anthony, and I think it's great what he's doing, and I think more people need to work in this general direction to save the industry.
And you and your wife have invested in shares in the stable, right? With which horses?
We own 5% of Master Saver. I got a couple voicemails on my phone now. I made a break in that first trip, but so she'll be happy, I guess.
All right. And going forward, do you see any sort of movement for this sort of model in your neck of the woods?
I would like to see it in my neck of the woods. I think it's a great opportunity for people to get into the business, and they don't really have to invest a whole lot of money. And that's kind of why I'm up here supporting it, and hopefully I'll see it down there.
All right. And you've been involved in the business since you were 18, is that correct?
Correct. I've been driving since I've been 18. My father had horses. My mother and father met with the horses, so it's kind of a family affair.
Right. And if you had to say one thing to someone who's thinking about owning a racehorse, but they have trepidations, is there one great value of being involved in horse racing that you can tell them about?
To show up to an event like this and they see it's a family affair. There's kids running and playing, having a great day, and it's just a great thing that they're putting on here.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Jordan.
Thanks.
All right, Jordan Stratton joining us from New York. He is staying the night. He's going to party it out here tonight after the Spring Showcase. A great group of people here today, and just goes to show you, someone like Jordan coming all the way from New York just to show his support. He, of course, does have investments in the stable, but he sees the value in this model, and as he said, great family affair here today. So thanks very much to Jordan for joining us. Stay tuned.
Diamond Creek Farm is harness racing's breeder of champions. Although in business only a short while, Diamond Creek has bred a long list of truly great horses, including 3 of last season's Breeders' Crown winners, Pure Country, Divine Caroline, and Creatine. Look for your future champions in Diamond Creek's yearling consignments this fall.
I'll do McKinnon and Promise. You do the rest.
Well, I guess we're up and running here, Fred.
Up and running, that is. I don't know what we're going to do here. Now, the number, the first one in the 5th set is McKinnon, a McCardle. A McCardle from the same family as Admiral's Express. Well, well. What can you say about this? Look at a 2-year-old last year to win the 15. And no pan intended horse exported to Great Britain, but a McCardle from the same family of Admiral's Express.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's durability all over that page. I mean, McCardle's kind of known for sticking around that horse. And what can you say about Admiral's Express? He raced forever and was awarded Horse of the Year up here, and I believe he's in the Hall of Fame as well. So a great solid family. If they can reach into that gene pool at all, they'll have a nice racehorse.
Yeah, he was a beauty for colt. I saw him in November when I was up here, and he looked like $1 million, and he looks even better today. So you're up next, my friend, with...
Yeah, well, coincidentally, he's got a Bettor's Light colt out of a family of Weeping Wannabe, which I happen to race for a gentleman by the name of Richard Young. We raced her at
So you raced that mare Weeping Wannabe?
Yes, we did. We raced her at 2 and 3. And then she was sold, I believe, went down, and they raced her a little bit around New York, and she was bred. But kind of a current family, a good, solid-looking family, only a young family, and Bettor's Light. You can't say anything much more about him than being a credible stallion. So this efficiency being the third dam again, that was Bruce Nichols raced her, and she was award winner all through her career. So there's a real solid backup family here. And a colt that could be any kind of horse.
Okay, the next number 3 in here's Promise Blue Chip by Rock and Roll Heaven. The Rock and Roll Heaven out of $100,000 winner, and that's all you need to know. $100,000 winner mare, and this is a fall by Rock and Roll Heaven. So got the pedigree in the top and performance in the bottom. You never know.
There you go. I have Sally DeVee here, American Ideal filly. I've been associated with DeVee Farms, Joie DeVee Farms over the years, and Mrs. Antoinette Nagito owns it, and she actually owned a horse that I raced in the Breeders' Crown for, a Walk on the Beach, which is a grand dam of a pretty good horse I'm training right now. So this filly certainly comes from decent backup family, and again, it could be any kind of a horse. Fred and I ordered 2 hot dogs.
Yeah, she's just left them here. She's coming right back with hot dogs.
But they don't look like hot dogs.
No, I don't. I'm watching my calories. So
yeah, I hear you.
I can't eat.
Pretty tough order we put in. 2 dogs, mustard only.
We're gonna fire the caterer. He's gone.
Exactly.
Donald Trump. You're fired.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get me started.
All right. What else we got?
I got Redwood again too. Dragon again, colt. An older Abercrombie family, but boy, a producer. 6 winners out of 7 foals. Again, got Page here, Willowbred, good old second dam rather, that left a bunch of horses that raced around here. Again, could be any kind of horse. I'm sure he's a good-looking horse, because Dragon again has always thrown respectable horses, and Abercrombie on the bottom end did the same. So.
And the other one is Sally DeVee. That's yours.
That's what I just mentioned.
Sally DeVee, I'm sorry.
I just mentioned her. That was Mrs. Nagito's family, and again, out of a same family as Foiled again. My goodness, what can you say about him? He's nothing but been rock solid and still going, as I see. So, if you can put that durability together, you got a filly that, and again by American Ideal, who's a preeminent sire in New York, and could be any kind of a horse.
Actually, American Ideal, Mark won the Confederation Cup on him back about 3 years ago.
Yes, yep.
So,
and gone on in the brood, or excuse me, in the stallion barn to be a very creditable stallion.
So they're getting, there's no starting gate. We don't have a gate there, no, they're just going open scoring like the old days.
They're getting gathered up, yeah.
Yeah.
They're on their best behavior, all of them, so.
See, in the old days, you used to have a judge stand in the center of the field, though. Like the one in Charlottetown that's still there.
Okay.
That's the judge would be up high, and he could see who's scoring again against the pole horse. Everybody had to be behind the pole horse.
Thanks for telling me
starting
that.
gate then.
Thanks for telling me
Well,
that.
you're only 51. You wouldn't know that. That's what I said.
I have no recollection of the old days.
Well, I said you're only 51. You wouldn't know that.
51, yeah. Great. Good stuff.
Oh, here we go.
Off and pacing as we speak.
Promise Blue Chip. 3 and 4. Promise Blue Chip and Redwood again. Promise Blue Chip in front. And let's see Jody on the outside coming.
I think I'm not sure whether they've clicked the timer yet or not. They're just coming up to it, I think. Yep.
Yes.
The guys are getting them used to the second tier, it looks like.
Four, 3, 2. Redwood again. Promise Blue Chip, Precision Blue Chip. The first 3. They're all bunched up pretty good, though.
Yeah, they're off pacing.
Oh.
They're out and going too, so some people aren't happy with with the speed, which is nice to see.
It's a big-looking beast here coming on the outside.
Yeah.
The blue horse. Don't think he missed many meals when he was a baby.
No. Nice little remove to the front there.
Precision blue chip. Billy Davis. 4 horse.
That's a
Redwood with Jody. Promise blue chip with Sylvan.
They're doing a bit of regrouping here, which we do quite often when you're training 2-year-olds. Somebody slides down the 8th pole, remove, have a new leader at the quarter, then a new leader at the 3/8, and somebody new at the half, and it's just good education. And it looks like that's what Anthony's got this group doing, just to a bit of education to sit in, remove, go to the front. I don't think it's not all about winning; it's about movement, and it looks like they all behave themselves pretty good. Looks like they're doing a little pacing right here, which is nice to see.
I want to ask you a question afterwards, or maybe right now. Is that you see some people training colts by themselves, 2-year-olds. Recommend it or not recommend it?
No, you don't really recommend it, but I can understand smaller stables getting a tough spot. You know, they have to group up, or when somebody's on the racetrack, it's hard to put them on any kind of solid program if you don't have company all the time. And it does you'd be amazed how much easier a colt can train in company than he can train by himself. Especially fillies. I think it's even more so for fillies. Fillies can get a little pouty when they're out there doing the work all by themselves, but they get grouped up. I think they get it figured out, and if it's good for Sally, it's good for Jane. You know, so
right.
I certainly recommend. There's a mount in 2, 6, and 3. I'm going right down right now. See who owns that son of a gun. That's a very good trip. If our clocker's the same again, we tend to have a selling watch on some of these things as opposed to the legitimate time. However, if it's anywhere near 2.6, that's still a great trip for those 2-year-olds.
So look at Redwood again, and the blue chip horse was
Mm-hmm.
close. It's hard to say. Well, that's interesting, Ben. I'm glad you mentioned that about horses training by themselves, because it's nice to know. You see some horses who turn around. It's like having a baseball team and training an infielder by himself. Well, you know, it doesn't make much sense.
I think it's just common sense too. If you can group up, it's always better to group up. But again, I know you get some smaller guys, which unfortunately maybe train 1 or 2 colts by themselves, and they'll pick up. You know, horses can overcome that, but it's much easier on them training down, especially if you're asking them for new speed. It's really nice to get new speed out of a couple as opposed to new speed out of one by himself.
I gotcha. Hope you people are listening out in TV land. Want a little background information on these horses? None better than having Ben Wallace, one of the top trainers in North America, with us today.
Well, you know, training horses is a lot about what you get to train, and I've understood that. But you got to get yourself in a position to get those good horses. So somewhere along the line, you can get lucky. But it sure is nice to train horses with some pedigree and some manners, and just use common sense going forward, and you'll get them there.
Well, I guess now we're going to wait for an interview coming up with the winning trainer. And we're all winning trainers in that group. But anyway, the winning trainer, I got to get to the wire first. I guess they're going to speak to him about his journey. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I see he's got them all grouped up afterwards. It's nice to let them walk down, cool themselves down a little bit, get them off the bit. They've just been on the bit for a mile, and it's nice to see Anthony's got them mannered up that he can do whatever he wants with them, which is kind of a good thing.
Looks like Sylvan is coming back with Promise Blue Chip.
Mm-hmm.
One of our prominent owners down in the Maritimes, and one of the ones in Charlottetown, the Smith family, Ian Smith, and Don Smith, and of course Peter. Peter is Don's boy. He's a great guy. He has a lot to do with the PI Horse Owners Association. He's a partner in some of these horses. I don't know which ones. You get owners like that have been around a long time. Great people, great people. They've been they've seen the top and they've seen the bottom along the way. Horses fall lame or break down, so they're involved in some of these horses. And I wish them all the best, and I wish all the shareholders or all the people that share all the best.
You know, traditionally years ago, horses were owned by one person. That was kind of the way it was. And then the advent of you know, double ownership, dual ownership, multiple ownership came into the industry, and I'm sure you'll say anybody that is in a partnership, winning with friends as opposed to winning by yourself, is no different. It's certainly the money value is maybe significant, but when you can share it with a group of people that are your friends, and that's just as rewarding as by yourself, you know. So. Again, it's kind of a newer phenomenon where groups of people are owning one horse, and I'm sure they have a bunch of fun together doing it.
Oh yeah, well, the Smith guy, I told you about Peter Smith, his father Don, and Peter Smith, and Gerald Morrissey, and who else? Larry Chappell. They're in them. They've owned stakes winners, and they had a lot of fun with these horses, and they're having just as much fun as if they own them individually.
Yeah, great. I'm not sure if we got the proper time yet, but it showed 2:06 on the screen. But again, that's a give or take time.
I think we're going to the paddock here at second. The producer just gave us a nod, so we'll have to wait and see. We can't tell any more golf stories or anything. I'll see my good friend Carl Jameson there.
Imagine him.
Still looking. He's still upset I didn't take him up any lobsters, but at least he's speaking to me today, so that's good.
He drove all the way over here for a hamburger. You can imagine that?
Yeah, I can't imagine Carol doing that. I can't imagine. He's great friends with a couple of my brothers, Sock McDonald. Socky is a nice mare that Carol and him have, and they bring her back to up the credit. You know, up the credit.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
And Carol usually stays in my other brother's place in Shelltown.
Looks like we got Billy Davis coming up here.
Okay, Billy Davis.
Maybe we can get a hot dog into
Precision Blue Chip. And there's shares I see available in him. You're going there? Did she really leave that there?
All right, welcome back to the Spring Showcase here at Tamiko Training Center, of course, hosted by The Stable. I have with me Billy Davis Jr. How are you doing, Billy?
Doing quite well, thanks.
All right, you were just in that last set with Precision Blue Chip, a Bettor's Delight Colt. How was the set for you?
No, the set went really good. Precision, he's actually turned himself around. He's getting a little more aggressive lately, but today he was actually kind of mellow, and he handled really nice.
You drive all the time in these training sets. Have you driven him previously?
Honestly, no. This is my first time I've ever really taken him. You know, Todd Ratchford and Jason McGinnis, they usually kind of share duties on him. And like I said, he's actually starting to turn himself around. He's been one of the better ones here.
All right, and you and Amy, your wife, are actually investors in the stable, and you have your investment is coming up in the next set. Is that correct?
Yeah, we own a good chunk of a Gorgeous Traveler, and nice little He's Gorgeous filly, and she's been going pretty well so far.
Awesome. Well, that's great. Thank you very much, Billy. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Billy Davis. He has Gorgeous Traveler coming up in the next set. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back to the Spring Showcase. I am joined right now by Betty. It's Mother's Day, and Betty, you're here with your daughter, right?
I am, yes.
Now, I asked you if you own a horse, and you quickly said, no, your daughter does, right?
I just cheer them on.
Yeah, I've been sitting here all day watching you cheer them on. So you're like the official cheerleader, right?
I am, yes.
And which horse is it?
Zeppelin B.
Oh, Zeppelin B. All right.
Next group.
Coming up in the next group. That's right. So how long have you been into harness racing for? Your daughter says you're a real racetrack goer.
20-some years.
20-some years.
Horses 20 years ago.
All right. And have you considered purchasing a share for yourself?
No, I'm just around for moral support at this point, yes.
It might make for a nice Mother's Day present, though.
It could. You never know.
All right.
It's so great. It's just so great. There's nothing like it. You'll never get it out of your system.
That's true. Yeah, 20 years and you're still here.
Oh, yes. Raring to go.
What's your fondest memory from when you owned racehorses?
Oh, our big horse, Brilliant Gamble. He was amazing, and he's living the good life in Erin now.
Is that right?
Yes, we bought him back, and he's retired, and he's 22, and he's wonderful.
And you go see him?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Well, Betty, thank you very much for talking with us, and I hope you enjoy your Mother's Day here at the Spring Showcase.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right. Betty, one of the many mothers here enjoying a wonderful afternoon at the Stable's Spring Showcase.
Where's your off-Broadway? Let me see him. You got him there? There's off-Broadway. Did you say you had him?
Yep.
Yeah, he's still available. Just curious to see what
All right, Curtis just gave us a nod, Ben. Away we go with set number 6, a bunch of trotters. A group of trotters. I have number 1, Fan the Flames, Explosive Matter. Here's sister was a 2-year-old winner in 216 in New York Stars. This is a Family of Credit winner. Everybody knows Credit winner.
A beautiful horse.
Won a Super Bowl, so get back to Super Bowl, American winner. Briscoe, Hanover, so all that Super Bowl line horses. Credit winner, Super Grit, Super Bowl. Here's one here. Credit winner, Great Star by Explosive Matter. So
Explosive Matter's had a very good run over there too in Pennsylvania. Yeah, he's a sought-after stallion. So if this guy happens to shine at all, I'm sure the market on him would inflate substantially.
And just for that, we have shares. I'm glad you mentioned that, Ben, because that's why you're here.
Oh,
Bring
there
us
you
up
go.
to date. Now, yeah, we get shares left in him at 460 a pop. Okay, Boston Glide.
Yeah, I got Boston Glide. It's actually a Yankee Glide colt out of actually a sister to Sandpail, and she needs not much comment on him. He's just probably the best horse, or one of the best ever to come out of Canada. And this is a Don Bosvita's sister to that family. So first foal again. I'm sure this is an intriguing pedigree to look at. So I'm sure that's why Anthony got involved here. That it's early and it's lots of it. So the mother took a record at 2-1 on a half mile. So again, roll the dice here, and it could be any kind of horse.
Okay, the third in this set is a horse that's another interesting pedigree. Here's Off Broadway, a Broadway Hall. It doesn't show on the program here, but I know the 5th dam is Ambro Flight. 6th dam is Helicopter, one of the great foundation mares of all time. Armstrong's Brothers Foundation. Loads of outstanding trotters. So Off Broadway, it's a Broadway Hall from a tremendous family. Now Ben, you know more about these. You probably raced against these horses out there.
You know, interesting enough, I think that especially in trotters, it seems to me that always that back family is so much more important. Even in a trotting breed, you can have a 3rd dam that was spectacular, and then the 2nd dam maybe looked really light, but that pedigree is not dead. An unraced daughter of that family could come up and be a kicker in the broodmare barn. So that's an interesting pedigree, and has got enough potential to be any kind of horse for them.
And I see again there's shares open on Off Broadway, so that's you're getting has been already mentioned a tremendous back class in the pedigree side. So we're going to pass it over to Ben now at Zeppelin B.
Well, I got Mini Missions colt, which is showing up here last year in Ontario and has had a pretty good run. A very young family out of an Angus mare, the record of 2-1. But the mother's assisted, a no-nonsense woman that was just an outstanding Grand Circuit mare, and goes back to Pakistani, the no-nonsense family. And again, another opportunity here to get an Ontario-eligible colt that is off to the races pretty near.
And number 5, Pay the Line Blue Chip.
Well,
he's right on the back here. It should be the back one of them.
Well,
maybe I have it. Here it is, here, Ben. I'm sorry.
Oh, so okay. Thank you. Just pass it right over to me, and I'll do all the work here. We got.
Well, that's the idea. That's the idea.
We got a rock.
I do the work.
We got a rock and roll Hanover filly here. Actually, interesting family too. Very current, very alive, and again, New York eligible. So we should be in pretty good shape here. Yeah, that's a great program down there, and Rock and Roll Heaven's off to a good start. And the mother has a nice current record, 2-year-old record, 57. So very current, and any kind of opportunity here.
And number 6 is Gorgeous Traveler. I think that's the one that you were talking to Billy Davis about.
Well, actually, Billy mentioned in his post-race interview that he owns a piece of this filly. Kind of an interesting family, really, out of a horse by He's Gorge, an Art Major horse, a big record horse, a record of 48 in a piece. And obviously there's something here that Billy must have seen that he likes a lot. Goes back to an old family of On the Road Again. I'm in the Mood for Love was the dam of Parody's Loverboy, who was owned out of Chicago by Barnett Zimmerman Group. They had great luck with him. He made about 800 and some odd thousand. And certainly if that can filtrate through the family, they've got a player.
There's one there, Ben, that you just looked at previously, No Nonsense Woman.
Yes.
Is that family?
Yes, right here.
Oh, yeah. Zeppelin B? Well, I'd be remiss on my part, being a maritimer, not to mention No Nonsense Woman. Of course, you already did, and you told her how great she was. By the way, that's a horse that was broken and trained by Jimmy Doherty out of St. John, the late Jimmy Doherty.
Yes.
And
yes.
Gentleman, they call him Gentleman Jim, and he's a tremendous horseman.
Exactly. Actually, coincidentally enough, both Jimmy and I were on the ballot this year for the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame, which was won by Blair Burgess, a very, very deserved winner. And Jimmy Doherty, well, is a very creditable horseman. Amazing that he's not in our Canadian Hall of Fame because he's in the American Hall of Fame.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes,
I didn't know that.
Step it up, Fred. Step it up.
That's right. That's right. See, I'm trying to stick up on the guys in St. John, and now we got work to do when I get back home. Make sure Jimmy gets in the Hall of Fame.
There you go. Very
Canadian
creditable.
Hall of Fame.
Yep. Anyway, good, interesting group here. They're on the track, I think. Producer, I guess they're getting ready to go.
See, we're even working together here, so in case there's anybody watching out there. You got Pepsi, I got Coke. So you got to be political.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to cut us off, or?
That's
Yeah, we better get going. We're back up now and race after a little break.
Yep.
We didn't get those hot dogs yet. You notice that?
No, I see that.
Still got the hamburgers there since the second set. That was 2 hours ago.
We're 0 for 3 here with these hot dog order. But,
that's right.
Well, there's a big group of pacing horses here.
Fan the flames. Okay.
I guess we got a bit of a mix here. Man of many missions. You got some trotters and pacers here.
I thought they were all trotters, but obviously they're not. Pay the blind blue chip. What is that? Oh, you have them over there. Anyways, we're getting ready to go behind the fictitious or make-believe gate.
Yes, exactly. We'd love to know where the start is, but
yes, it makes it a little complicated.
Exactly. I guess you start when the clock starts.
You can't cash any tickets when you don't know where the gate is.
I know. We'd all be a winner. Anthony must have thought some of these trotters could trot okay to put them in with some of the pacers. We'll see
We're all the way here.
Yeah, they're often pacing and trotting. Trotter slid off gate going to the front there.
Zeppelin B is going to the front. I think Zeppelin B is okay. Zeppelin B is going to the front. A couple of breakers, of course. Just like I say, you don't know about their track. They may not have
Pretty tough.
Pretty
tough.
tough.
As I said, it's interesting. They had some pacers in with trotters, and it's difficult training trotters down with pacers because pacers can turn the speed so much quicker than you can with a trotter. And trotter might get excited, wanted to go with the pacer, and just over trot himself. Looks like they're at the half around 15 or so, and I think Billy's being pretty cool with his own filly sitting fourth here. He may be waiting on a big swooping selling move here.
Well, I see when they're going by the grandstand back there just outside where we are. There's this big crowd still here.
Exactly.
They're all up and lined up along the fence. So they're getting their money's worth today, that's for sure.
No wonder we didn't get a hot dog.
Yeah, they're probably all sold out.
Yeah, exactly.
Bobby McCool and Bobby might have ate 2 or 3 of them. I think he ate ours.
Well, they're going right along now. Billy's got his own pacing filly in scoring position here, sitting third. They are passing the 3/4 pole and heading into the top turn, and they'll circle coming home.
Zeppelin B. Zeppelin B and fan the flames. Of course, it's just like you say, isn't it? You want to see speed and you want to see something going forward and to encourage them, but if you make a break, it's not the end of the world.
No, they're in 21 in a piece, so that's still in a respectable mile for those trotters. I know some of them made mistakes, but again, that's understandable.
I'm surprised when you were telling me about Jimmy Doherty.
Yeah.
I thought he'd be in the Canadian Hall of Fame right off the bat.
Yeah, he was on the ballot this year and very deserving.
So you must be in the Canadian Hall of Fame, right?
Excuse me?
You've got to be in the Canadian Hall of Fame yourself.
No, I was on the ballot this year, which was I was respectful.
Well, you're soon to be in the Hall of Fame. Put it that way. Put it this way, man. If you don't make the Hall of Fame, well, LeBron James is not making the Hall of Fame either. So that's so if you're listening out there, you can guarantee to be on one of this year, next year, year after. Like I said, if Ben doesn't make the Hall of Fame, boys, I'll tell you what. Forget about LeBron James and Sidney Crosby. They ain't making it either.
Again, 21 apiece there. That's again respectable mile for those horses. We'll get a bit of a driver's viewpoint coming up here, and we got the last set coming up, and I got to admit this has been a fun afternoon spending some time with you, Fred.
Ben, it's been a heck of an experience, a great experience. Yeah, I enjoyed it immensely, and when I go home, I'm going to tell my good friend Wally McGinnis.
Yes.
Ben speaks highly of you, even though I don't all the time.
Well, as I said, Wally would always have a couple stalls ready for us when we shipped into Montreal. This was years ago. I used to take an old horse named Hogan's Heroes up there to race. People might remember him. He raced the Open here around, made $500,000 or $600,000. Did it the hard way, but he was owned by a fellow by the name of Tony Arts, a great friend and one of my foundation owners back in the day. And I remember I raced that horse 48 times one year, and Tony wanted to know why we couldn't get in the other 4 weeks, you know. But just a great, tough old horse.
Well, Paul, somebody come up here tonight asking about Paul McKinnon, the former USDA director from Charlottetown, District 10. And Paul had an old mare called Golden Diana. He raced her 52 times.
There you go.
Once a week. Paul just loved her to death.
Yep.
She raced good from day 1 to week 1 to 52.
Yeah, those were the days. We sometimes overthink ourselves in this industry now. We pick and choose because where they can race and where they can't race.
Yes.
But I know back in the day, a lot of those horses they were meant to race, and that's what we did with them. But Yeah, Wally McGinnis was a good friend, and he was always a big smile when we showed up there.
That's right. Right.
And back then, a couple of guys from Ontario showing up with horses, you look for a friendly face up there, you know. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean. But he's come east, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Wally told me when he was working in the horse business, 50 years and never missed a day.
I believe it.
People turn around and talk about grooms and so on and so forth in this day and age, and they recognize grooms at 28, 26, 27, 28. 50 years, never missed a day. Topped out when anybody.
Oh, exactly. I mean, those, again, the game has evolved into a total different animal than it was back then. I mean, when I started, when Ronnie Fagan and Bill Wellwood, Keith Waples, Harold McKinley, Ross Curran, when I was in their company, I never said a word. I respected them so much. I hung off every word they said, and nowadays we don't tend to. Caretakers and trainers have a different sort of associations. It's more of a job now. But those types of horse trainers that were around when I was cutting my teeth, I respected them so much. I never opened my mouth when I was in their company. I just respected how they handled themselves and how they handled a horse, and I tried to learn from them.
Well, it just goes to show you. Always, you can learn something every day of the week, even on Mother's Day, for you guys out there in TV land.
Yep, there you go. Welcome back to the Spring Showcase here at Tamiko Training Center, hosted by The Stable. Anthony McDonald, driver of the winner Zeppelin By, aptly timed because we're actually going to give away 2 shares of Zeppelin By. First of all, let's talk about your trip out there.
Yeah, I said you can see the track's getting a little deep. They graded it yesterday, which is fine for the babies. It's not great for speed, well, except for the pacers that were flying, but most of the day you can feel them working pretty hard through that track. And, you know, for the people that come out today and thought that Zeppelin B was a gimmick or we were just giving away shares on a horse that nobody wanted, I guess you get a good look at what we're giving away. This is a nice colt. And I hats off to I don't know if the gentleman wants me to mention his name, we'll give them away, but you know, I really for people who do that, I mean, that's what I keep saying, the people that are involved with the stable, it's just, this is a really, really good colt. He just tried a half and 7, and if you watched him finishing up, the bit was just sunk right into his jaw. Like, he's just a sweet horse to go with, and we're gonna have a lot of fun with him this summer in Ohio.
Right. So just to clarify, Zeppelin, you say Zeppelin B, I say Zeppelin By, whatever. Zeppelin By. No shares left on this colt, right? Sold out.
Yeah, for the people that are out there that aren't familiar with how we operate, there is a portion of our site called the market if you go onto our main page, and what that gives people to do is private people that own shares and horses to sell, and it gives them the opportunity to search out shares and horses also. So although Zeppelin Buy or B doesn't have any shares left today publicly through TheStable.ca, there are owners out there that may sell shares in this colt, so just keep an eye on the market, and some might pop up. There may be some on there now for all I know.
Right, and somebody may win a couple shares. Coming up in a few moments, we will have the draw for that. So as you said, this horse, these shares donated by one of your clients.
Absolutely, he's a fantastic gentleman, and he certainly didn't have to do that. You know, the last shares of the colt were sold for around $5 or $5.50 a share. That man just gave away $1,100, and I can't thank him enough. Very, very good guy.
All right, there you go. So Zeppelin Buy, winner of this set, and 2 shares coming up. We're just going to give them away in just a few moments. Stay tuned. All right, folks, on your team, we have the demonstration for racing under saddle, and coming out of that, we will do the draw for some door prizes and also the 2 shares in Zeppelin Buy. Before we get to that, I want to mention we have a set of lost keys here. So if you've lost your keys, never mind, someone picked them up. All right, welcome back to the spring showcase here at Tamiko Stables, hosted by TheStable.ca, and I'm joined by the lovely Amy Davis. How are you, Amy?
I am doing well.
Amy is a little under the weather today, but she's a trooper, as are all of the employees at the stable. Now, you're going to do a couple of very important things here. Do you feel the pressure? It's like the insides. There's all these people swarming us, waiting to fight. It's a little intimidating, right?
Just a little bit, yes.
All right, but they're all clients, so you have to smile. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is a draw for, this is a prize from Racing Under Saddle.
A Mother's Day flowers and chocolate giveaway.
Very nice. All right, so make the draw. Just one prize. Darlene Drake, if that's you, come and claim your prize from the Racing Under Saddle table. All right, and we've got some door prizes, 2 door prizes. What are the door prizes?
There is a picture or notepad holder and a sign, and these are made by Lacey Grace Designs.
Nice, all right.
So we'll do the picture first.
Picture first.
This is
Bob Villard of Welland gets the picture. Congratulations, Bob. You can come and see us. Come and see Amy. And finally,
Rick Redpath.
Rick Redpath of Duntroon. All right, anyways, come and see us for those prizes. All right, so let's get to the good stuff. Zeppelin Buy, big winner in the last set. No shares available unless, as Anthony specified, through the market page on the TheStable.ca site. So we have 2 shares to give away. We're going to draw them one by one. Very exciting. Thank you again to the TheStable.ca client who donated these shares just to promote the stable. Very lovely. And our first winner is?
Brian Wambold.
Brian Wambold, all right. Brian, so come and see us. And our second winner? Our second winner is?
Kyle Petronsky.
Kyle Petrosky and Brian Wambold. All right, Brian's right there. Brian's the big winner. Give a big cheer, Brian. All right, so congratulations to our winners, each receiving a 1% share in Zeppelin Buy. Again, thank you to the owner who donated those shares. Very kind and generous. And congratulations to the winners. Stay tuned.
Well, we're winding down, Fred, as we speak.
Oh, let's stay and do another one. Let's stay and do another one.
I got to go race.
Oh, yeah, it's Flammer guy. That's right.
Yeah.
All right, go to Hanover.
Interesting. Got a gray better than Cheddar colt, which is we're all sort of anticipating what his get's going to do on the racetrack this year. Out of a racehorse family and a producing mare. She's 100% producer, 4 for 4. Actually, Paige says she could be any kind of a horse for them. So I can see her out there. Obviously, that's the gray one in the middle of your screen. And giddy up.
Real Wiley is second one. It's a colt by We Will See, $2 million winner. Second dam is Frightening P, and I keep wondering if it's a sister or brother, with a brother to Harmony P, or it's not. It doesn't show here. It must be. There's some similarities. Harmony P's horse and Mike McDonald racing the Gold Cup Saucer way back.
There you go. And we got watchword here. Well said, Philly. Out of a pretty current family, that Jump Jive and Jam is races regularly now on the WEG circuit. But out of a great second dam, solid all the way through, Ticket to Rock, Miss Scarlet, a Jack Darling family here, who we all know how good he is at picking out young horses. So again, a family that could jump up and throw anything. What do you got next?
What we got, well, we will talk to them while they're moving up the backstretch there first time around.
Yep.
Next one is Vintage Blues.
Vintage Blues again, a vintage master filly, Winback Farm stallion. That an older family, but boy, she puts out racehorses. And second dam is the dam of Gallo Blue Chip. He beat my Commotion. Finished third to him in the North American Cup back in the day, and he went ahead. And our guy made $2 million, and this guy gave $4.5. So two great racehorses.
Vintage Lock.
You got him.
I got Vintage Lock. Yeah, that's
yes,
true.
Do.
I'm just trying to fool you. Vintage Master. Horse made about $2 million. Her two brought did the management of it, I believe, for Brittany Farms. Anyway, it's $2 million colt by a $2 million winner out of a Camlock dam. So lots to like in here. Brother to him made $120,000 in New York. Lots of other winners in here. You look at the second and third dam. Lots of money winners. As Art Zubrod would say, show me the money. $900,000 on one of the foals, $700 on the next. Lots to like.
There you go.
And Provel Blue Chip is the last one, but certainly not the least. Here's the Shadow Play. Shadow Play out of our Better Light Dam. Cherry Low, the third dam. A tremendous mare, made $800,000. You raced against her and probably had her, did you?
Cherry Hello, one of Alan Levitt's favorite families. This family, he loved the Cherry Hello. I raced a horse called Pronger out of that family years ago, and solid all the way through.
And Shadow Play, you got to like the Shadow Plays. Ian Moore, R.G. McGroup, Serge Savard on him, and he had a colt race the other night. Classic Pro, race free-legged and won in 52-1 with the brakes on. Look good.
Got to be happy with that, and anticipating a nice summer.
Looks like this. We're getting to the end of it here.
It looks like this group is sailing along pretty good. They believe that Gray is sitting second there, and
Better than Cheddar.
Yeah, the Gouda Hanover colt.
Okay.
Is looks like he's out and going, and may take a record right here. Oh, only 5 seconds off. We're not bad.
I don't know what that is.
I believe that's Jody driving Gouda.
Gouda Hanover with Jody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's sliding on out.
Provo Blue Chip, is that second?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. You gotta like him too. We'll have to wait and we get a low down. We'll have to get Jody to say a few words.
Yeah,
you ever seen Jody shorter words? Think he'd say a few words?
I've never seen him miss a camera in my life, and I've been around him quite a bit after big races, and you got to go looking for him quite a lot, a few times.
I'm sure. You got the right guy? You got the right guy, Jody? You got the right guy?
You believe me, I think I know exactly who we got.
Never seen it.
Jody, we're going for $1 million. Over here.
Oh, we love you, Jody.
Yeah,
the camera loves him.
He's been an ambassador.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You can't say that he hasn't. He's doing his circle the wagon here.
Yeah. Yeah, Gouda Hanover.
Yeah, interesting family, that colt.
Really, what's he by? Just say.
He's a better than Cheddar out of a family that throws race horses. I think she's 4 for 4 exactly. So again, could be a player up here this summer.
Yeah, Better Than Cheddar. I was here the night the Merck won the Breeders' Crown with Better Than Cheddar. Get up and squeeze between horses and a home stretch, stick hand between 2 or 3 and get up to beat David Miller at the wire with Rolla Joe.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Another...
might make a terrific sire. We'll have to wait and see. You never know about these horses.
No.
That's not Oliver coming back there. Anthony picking up his son.
Yeah, there you go. And Better Than Cheddar, another Casey Coleman pupil coming out of her barn. And boy, if you talk about a Hall of Fame career, you can't not talk about Casey. She's put together a tremendous career, and she should be very proud of it.
And by the way, some nice looking filly win last night. One of Casey Coleman's 3-year-olds.
Yes.
Win with plenty to spare.
Yeah, I actually trained the mother.
Really?
I trained Win Warning for Doug Millard. He owned that mare.
Oh.
And this was, I lost a full brother to that filly in the fire.
Oh,
yeah.
Good God, don't say that.
Yeah, he was a nice big colt too.
Well, what a way. Well, you think we almost had this planned, didn't you?
Yeah, but that's very true. And coincidentally, that horse was that win last night. His mother was by Cam Ocean, who was been near and dear to us. He made over $2 million for Tony Arts, and so that family was very current to us.
Well, I must say, Ben, it's been an absolute pleasure, and the great background, especially with that last horse, is just one, and the pedigree and the history you have with that family.
Yeah.
So what a way to finish the day.
Sure.
All the best, my friend, and good luck tonight.
I appreciate
I'll see you at Flamborough.
I'm glad I could help, and I hope Anthony's endeavor goes ahead and is successful for not only himself, but for the game as a whole.
Oh, absolutely. Let's just hope things keep rolling and everybody's successful, and the fractional ownership can only help everybody in the game.
Exactly.
All right, welcome back to the Stables Spring Showcase here at Tamiko Training Center. End of the day, a fabulous day. I have to my right Anthony McDonald with a few closing words.
Yeah, like I said, I'd like to thank everybody, especially Jordan, for coming. I mean, I feel a little bad. I should have scouted the drivers a little bit better before I asked him to come. I just assumed, you know, he's Jordan Stratton, he drives in Yonkers, he'd be able to keep these things pacing or trotting and going. But anyway, he did pretty good. He kept.
Hey, Jordan, this is the kind of graciousness that you get from Anthony McDonald. So don't feel.
We're live right now. Yeah, we're live. Oh no, hey, thanks, Jordan. You did a great job today. I appreciate you coming out a lot. You did a fabulous job. No, seriously though, you know, I think everybody needs to recognize the importance of a guy like Jordan Stratton coming here, because you know, without young guys like that that understand how important programs like this are, our industry could be in a worse position. And I think over the next decade we're going to gather a lot of steam, and it's going to be because of, and again, I can't say this enough, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back and say it's the stable. Programs like this, not this program specifically, but programs like this will be the savior of this industry. I'm 100% sure of it. And guys like Jordan that understand that, and a lot of the younger drivers and trainers get that. And I think you'll see more of them come to the forefront over the next few years to help this industry in a way it needs to be. So I do appreciate you coming. It does mean a lot to me. And more importantly, I didn't have to ask Mark, because I knew he'd have to make an excuse up why he couldn't come. So by asking you, I didn't have to worry about it.
Did you have a good time?
I had a very good time. Turns out I was second behind Mark. Mark didn't show up. And then I was invited to do stalls, and my flight was late. So all the stalls were done. They let me go with a couple, you know.
Well, we thank you very much for coming out. Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you.
All right, and to wrap up the day, we thank everyone for coming. I know you didn't get to see much of it, but we had a fabulous crowd on site, and fabulous. Maybe a shout out to your staff who really worked their tails off.
Absolutely. I mean, it's Sunday. You know, we don't get a lot of time off in this industry, and you know, to the guys in the barn, my wife, who's, I don't know, she may have passed out an hour ago, but to the people in this barn that work hard, yeah, I think everybody should just take a look at the yard, the jog carts and bikes scattered everywhere. You know, it's an enormous amount of work, and everybody didn't complain. They showed up, did their job on a day they never ever work. And again, thanks to Ben Wallace and my father for coming up here, and just everybody, you know, Kelly, and again Lloyd. I mean, everybody. It's just I'm sure this looked really cool on TV, and none of it would have been like that if it wasn't for Curtis and you guys. So thank you.
All right, thanks to everybody for tuning in for the Spring Showcase. TheStable.ca. That's where you want to go to learn more about this model and this program. And lots of shares sold today on horses, but certainly some still available. So look it up at TheStable.ca. Thanks to all of you for joining us and being with us on this beautiful Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all those mothers out there.